Chapter 250. In the beginning, the programs on the TV were all entertainment and news programs. However, after more than 10 minutes, the programs on the screen were suddenly cut off. Then, a female announcer with long blonde hair solemnly read out the news. The third prince of the empire, the governor of the 11th district, His Highness Clovis, has passed away. At this time, there were not only Saito, Laval, and Nunnally in the room, but also Nina, who came back after sending Karen to the washroom, Shirley, and Miley, who had finished washing clothes. How can that be? Shirley crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with disbelief. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Karen and Leluxiu, who were dressed in men's clothes, walked in while talking and laughing. "Not good, brother," Nunnally shouted to Leluxiu immediately. "His Highness Clovis has passed away," Miley said after Nunnally. "They said he was killed," Laval added. "His Highness Clovis has sacrificed himself." On the TV, surrounded by more than a dozen soldiers in military uniforms with red cuffs tied around their right arms, a man in a blue aristocratic costume leaned his hands on both sides of the podium in front of him and said loudly, "In the battle with the number maker, he died in the line of duty for justice. We must endure the grief and carry out his will. We just got the latest information." At this time, the picture changed, and the figure of the female anchor appeared on the screen again. "The man who is considered a suspect has been arrested." The picture changed again, and a short-haired man in white restraints, escorted by 6 armed soldiers, appeared on the screen. According to the report, the arrested person is an honorary Britannian, a soldier of the Vermilion Bird clan, originally from the 11th district. After watching the news from beginning to end, everyone's mood became heavy. Under such circumstances, the welcome party obviously could not be held, but in the spirit of not wasting time, they still had a simple meal, separated when the sky was about to turn dark, and left Ashford Academy. "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" On the way back, Saito looked at Karen, who was sitting silently in the passenger seat, and asked. "No, nothing." Karen, who was taken aback by the sudden question, shook her head and said after reacting, "Is it about Clovis or the resistance?" Seeing that Karen didn't want to talk about it, Roland asked. Saito could only ask in a different way. However, Karen was obviously not in the mood to talk and continued to respond to Saito's inquiry with silence. "Forget it." Seeing Karen's reaction, Saito tactfully shut his mouth and sent Karen home in silence. The next day, in the great hall of Ashford Academy, as a school for nobles, Ashford Academy specially held a mourning ceremony for the late third Prince Clovis. After the ceremony, they announced a 3-day break as a sign of mourning. "Do you have time?" Saito asked Karen after the meeting. "Sorry, I have something to do later." Karen took out her phone and looked at the time on the screen. Said, "Is that so? It's rare that I have time, so I wanted to take you to the lab to test your data," Saito said with a shrug. "What data?" Karen asked with a frown. "The pilot of the new body," Saito said, "because the new body is new and its performance is far superior to the existing standard Nightmare. In order to ensure your safety, you have to be tested before you get on the machine to ensure that your body can indeed adapt to the new body's dynamic output and other relevant data. I don't think I promised you to be the pilot yet," Karen said as she walked forward. "It's just a matter of time, so in order for you to get started smoothly in the future, an early test is inevitable," Saito said. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. You think I will be your pilot?" Karen retorted with a curl of her lip. "As long as you are still in the resistance, you will see the nightmare. When you encounter the white nightmare, you will feel that your combat power is not enough, and you will beg me," Itose said confidently. "Humph." Karen also knew that what Saito said might be the truth, but she would not admit it so easily. She hurriedly took 2 steps away from Saito's side. The next 3 days were relatively calm. except for some panic caused by the sudden appearance of Zoro and the successful rescue of Suzuki on the first night of the holiday and the terrorist activity in the following 2 days. There was no change in other people's lives at all. And Seito, who did not go out to stir up trouble in these 3 days, spent all his time in the Rubik's Cube world, accompanying Ito Rina, who had been homesick recently. The morning of the 4th day. After the 3-day morning holiday, Seito came to school with Karen, who was waiting for him on the way. I am Suzuki, who will be transferred to this Ashford College starting today. Please take care of me, before the first class in the morning began. The teacher led Suzuki, who was wearing a black Ashford school uniform, into the classroom and let Suzuki introduce himself. Although the students were very obedient when the teacher was present and did not whisper anything unpleasant, as soon as the class was over, the words that had been suppressed in the class immediately sounded. Did you see him? Why is he here? I heard he is a suspect. In the incident with His Highness Clovis, I heard that a total of 5 people were arrested. But he must have been arrested because of something suspicious. Could he be a terrorist? A lot of whispers and voices of suspicion echoed in the relatively quiet classroom. He is from Area 11, Nina said while staring at Suzuki's back. He is an honorary Britannian, Laval corrected. But it's the same, Nina said carefully. But you can't just be afraid. If you talk to him, you will know who he is. Shirley didn't care about the difference between the people of Area 11 and the people of Britannia. However, before Shirley could take a step forward, Laval reached out and grabbed her arm. He shook his head and said, "You're a little too active." At this time, Lulu, who hadn't said anything about Blackwood Vermilion Bird's existence, stood up and walked past Blackwood Vermilion Bird. He stopped at the entrance of the classroom and glanced at Blackwood Vermilion Bird from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand to his collar and continued to walk out without stopping. Then, as if she had received some sort of signal, Blackwood Vermilion Bird immediately got up from her seat and walked out. While Blackwood Vermilion Bird and Lulu were catching up on the rooftop and the other students were living a leisurely life in the academy, Cornelia, as the new governor of Area 11, was leading her knights to eliminate all resistance organizations in Nippon. She was trying to track down Zero and avenge Clovis. The next day, in the same classroom as before, the students who had been casually chatting immediately stopped talking the moment Haimujuke entered the classroom. Every one of them avoided looking at Haimujuke, who walked in with her head held high. After Haimujuke sat down, the students who were familiar with each other gathered together and continued to whisper to each other. Seito didn't like Blackwood Vermilion Bird when he first watched the anime, so he was indifferent to Blackwood Vermilion Bird's current situation. He just looked on coldly as the students in the academy used silent violence on Blackwood Vermilion Bird. However, this silent violence was suddenly interrupted by the Student Council President Mealy's broadcast in the afternoon. "I am the Student Council President Mealy Ashford." Mealy suddenly shouted, "Catch the cat! Catch the cat that is running around the campus. The activities of the clubs will be temporarily suspended. The clubs that work together will receive preferential treatment. Also, the person who catches the cat will receive a lucky prize, a kiss from the student council." Ahahaha, ahahaha. In the end, Mealy was very satisfied with the reward she promised and let out a unique queen-like laugh. In an instant, the students in the entire campus became excited. In order to receive a kiss from their goddess, the prince, one by one, the students ran around the campus as if they were on steroids, searching for the cat that was running around the campus. They are so energetic. Itose looked at the students running past him one by one and said with a smile. At this moment, a cat with gray fur, one leg wrapped in bandages, and a strange mask on its head suddenly scurried out from not far away from Seito. "It's actually here," Seito said to himself in surprise. Although Seito knew about this plot, he did not want to ruin it. He did not plan to catch the cat at all. However, now that the cat was in front of him, it would be unreasonable if he did not catch it. Therefore, he quickly followed the cat. Catch the cat. After you catch the cat, give me the thing it's holding in its mouth. Mealy continued to speak excitedly through the broadcast. After Mealy, Lilina's voice came from the broadcast. Well, I think its leg is not very good because its footsteps are a little strange. The cat's meow is like this. Lilina paused for a moment and then let out an extremely cute meow. Meow. As a result, the students who were already extremely excited became even more excited. One by one, they started to chase after him as if their lives were on the line. It's you guys. Because there were always ordinary people running past him, Seito, who could not use his inhuman strength, could only chase after the cat at the speed of an ordinary person. After chasing it for a while, he finally caught up with it in a pile of chores at the corner of a staircase in the teaching building. In front of the pile of chores stood Karen, who was wearing a white shirt with a green tie with the Ashford logo on it. She was wearing a short black skirt, and Shirley, who was only wearing a beige school uniform with her legs completely exposed. It's you. Shirley and Karen turned to look at Seito in surprise. I didn't think that the three of us would be the ones to find the cat in the end. Seito walked toward the pile of chores and chuckled. Just as Seito was about to catch the cat, Shirley suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Chapter 251. What's wrong? Seito stopped and looked at Shirley with Karen in confusion. Hey, who are you going to use the right to kiss on? Shirley stared at Seito's expression and said worriedly. Huh. Seito looked at Shirley in surprise and said with amusement, Don't worry, I won't use it on you. I know you like Lucius. As for me. Seito turned his gaze to Karen on the side and said with an ambiguous expression, I will choose Karen. Phew, that's good. Shirley raised her hand and patted her chest, saying with a sigh of relief. What's good about that? Karen said loudly with a flushed face after hearing Seito's words. Although she didn't know whether Seito was serious or not, Karen, who didn't want to give away her first kiss, hurriedly shouted. Karen, you're not shy, are you? Shirley, who got the answer, had completely relaxed at this time. She leaned over to Karen's ear with a sinister expression and whispered mischievously. You are the one who is shy. Karen was startled by Shirley's mischievous laughter. She hurriedly dodged back and shouted. Stop arguing, the cat is running away. Seito quickly reminded at this time. At the position of the doorpost behind the three of them, a gray figure disappeared in an instant. Chase after them. Karen immediately reacted and shouted as she ran out. Behind her, Seito and Shirley hurriedly followed. It's just that the cat's behavior is too different from that of humans. Every time it was about to be discovered, it would always disappear again with the help of the surrounding corners, making the three people chasing behind it gnash their teeth in hatred. After running for some distance, the kitten suddenly leaped lightly, stepping on the corridor's railing and quickly leaping onto the teaching building's roof. From the roof, it crossed the teaching building and scurried into Ashford Academy's clock tower. Damn it! Karen gritted her teeth as she watched the kitten's tail disappear on the roof. By the time the three of them bypassed the teaching building and arrived in front of the bell tower, more than a dozen Ashford students had already gathered here, looking up at the figure climbing up the roof of the bell tower. Vermilion bird? Shirley cried out in surprise. At this time, Lucius's figure also came out of the ventilation window above the roof. After observing for a while, he got up and prepared to climb up, but he had just climbed the stairs of the bell tower when his legs went soft, and he fell on the slope of the roof, slowly slid down. The students below who saw Lucius in danger all exclaimed subconsciously, Lucius! Lucius's vermilion bird's body turned to the roof's body, with one leg slightly bent a leg as a cushion. She then slid to slide down. The moment Lelouchius was about to fall from the roof, she slid to the side of the ventilation window, grabbed the window frame with one hand, and quickly reached out with the other hand to grab Lelouchius's instinctively flailing arm, and desperately pulled. "Lelouchius, are you okay?" Vermilion Bird asked with concern. I'm fine," Lelouchius, who was also shocked by this dangerous situation, said after he recovered from his shock. "Those two people. Could it be?" Nina, who had the observational ability of an ordinary person, subconsciously guessed after noticing the subtle changes in the two's expressions and conversation. At this time, Vermilion Bird, who still didn't know that their relationship was exposed, exerted strength with both hands and tried to pull Lelouchius up bit by bit until Lelouchius stood in front of the ventilation window again and was out of danger. "It seems that I can't get Karen's kiss," Seito teased Karen beside him after Lelouchius was pulled up. "Huh!" Before Karen could speak, Millet, who was in front of them, turned around as if she had discovered a new continent. She put her hands on her waist, leaned forward, and looked back and forth between Seito and Karen. She teased, "I didn't expect that. The one you like is Karen." "President, don't talk nonsense," Karen said in a panic. "Hee, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense." Millet patted Karen's shoulder and chuckled in a low voice. However, her expression and tone didn't seem like someone who would mess around. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the protagonist of this incident, the cat, was carried out of the clock tower by Vermilion Bird. However, the students present didn't have a good impression of the suspect who once killed the prince and was now their classmate. They all looked at Vermilion Bird standing in front of the clock tower with a cold expression and didn't speak. As a member of the student union, the kind-hearted Shirley noticed the strange atmosphere at the scene. She quickly ran to Vermilion Bird and said, "Thank you for saving Lelouchius." The single-celled Levi also ran over at this time. He waved his arm and praised Vermilion Bird. "Great job, transfer student. Is this cat holding something in its mouth?" Compared to the difference between District 11 and the Britannians, Millet, who cared more about what the cat was holding, quickly walked to Vermilion Bird and asked, "It seems to be covering something. Unfortunately, I didn't see it clearly. I don't know when I lost it," Vermilion Bird said embarrassedly. "Where's Lelouchius?" Shirley asked. "He said he forgot something and asked me to leave first." Vermilion Bird looked back at the clock tower and said, "It's that shameful little secret." Millet pointed at the clock tower and said loudly with a face full of gossip, "Is that so, President?" Lelouchius, who had just walked out of the clock tower, said, "I thought I had something on you." Millet put her hands on her waist and said regretfully, "Are you two old friends?" Karen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Nina, who was next to her, also said, but the residents of District 11, the atmosphere at the scene became tense again. In a flash, Lelouchius said, "Yes, we are friends." Then, he said to Millet, "President, can you let him join the student union?" "Huh." Levi, Shirley, and Nina all looked at Lelouchius in surprise. "Our school has a rule that we must join a certain club, but..." After Lelouchius finished speaking, he looked past Millet and the others and looked at the many indifferent students behind them. "Since it's the vice president's request, then there's no other way." Millet pretended to think for a moment and then said with a smile, "In this case, the matter will be solved smoothly. Come closer." After Millet, Lilina moved her wheelchair to the front of the crowd and said to Lelouchius and Levi. The two, who were somewhat confused, looked at each other and then leaned in front of Lilina. Suddenly, Lilina nimbly kissed both Lelouchius and Vermilion Bird on their cheek. Then, she said, "This is the reward that Miley mentioned before. Since there are two of you, I'll be the one to do it. Please forgive me." Then, the student union members introduced themselves. "I'm Shirley. I'm Levi. I'm the president of the student union, Michigan Lay Ashford." As for Lelouchius, he already knew them. Karen and Seito were not interested and did not introduce themselves. Nina, on the other hand, looked at Vermilion Bird with fear. It's okay. Seito moved closer to Nina and whispered to her. The next day, the students of Ashford Academy were once again gathered in the auditorium to watch the Third Prince's memorial service and the Emperor's speech that was broadcasted live from the capital of Britannia. On the screen, a man with a dignified face appeared in front of the podium. He was wearing a presidential suit similar to Yuan Shirkai's. He was wrapped in a huge trench coat and his grayish-white hair was like an egg roll. He held the podium with his hands wearing white gloves and began to speak. Humans are not equal. People who were born to run fast, beautiful people, people with poor parents, people with weak bodies. Everyone was different in terms of background, education, and talent. Yes, humans exist to divide themselves. That's why humans fight, compete, and thus progress. Inequality is not a bad thing, equality is a bad thing. What's wrong with demanding equal rights? Tenure will only lead to foolish politics. The Chinese Federation that implements equality of wealth is a bunch of lazy bastards. However, our Britannia is not like that. We continue to evolve through fighting and competition. Only Britannia is moving forward, moving towards the future. The death of my son, Clovis, is the proof that our Britannia continues to evolve. Fight. To compete, to plunder, to fight, to dominate. There is a future at the end of this. Honor to Britannia, cried the Emperor in his last speech. Then, the screen was filled with fanatical cheers. What a vile and true statement. Seito thought to himself expressionlessly. A few days had passed since the Emperor's speech. Cornelia had taken the initiative to wipe out the disorderly rebel groups one after another. However, she couldn't find even the slightest trace of Zero among them. Finally, after analyzing several incidents where Zero had appeared, she decided to prepare a big show to lure Zero out. Imitating the situation in Shinjuku, she launched an indiscriminate purge on Saitama. Although Seito hadn't been present for the operation that day, he still received detailed information from Mard about the battle that day. For example, the hunting and counter-hunting of the two parties by means of identification signals, the return of the hunting team after the hunt, the sudden appearance of the masked Zero and the killing, and the entire process of how Misaki Tamru was unable to find Zero's corpse. Hey! Seito, who was sitting in a daze in the student council's activity room, was startled awake by the sudden call. He looked at Milei, who was standing at the door with her arms crossed. Do you have time this weekend? What's wrong? Seito asked. I'm planning to organize a group trip to the estuary this weekend. Do you have time? Milei said. Since the president personally invited me, even if I don't have time, I'll still have time. Seito smiled at Milei. Just call me when the time comes. All right, I'll ask the others. Milei nodded and turned to leave the room. A trip to the estuary should be an event for the establishment of the Black Knights. Seito watched Milei leave and turned to look out the window. Chapter 252. On the weekend, Seito, Milei, Nina, and Shirley sat across from each other on the train heading to Mount Fuji. After all this time, I'm the only one here. Do I have time to accompany you? Seito looked at the three women beside him and smiled. Yeah, Karen said she can't come because she's not feeling well. Levi has to go to work. Leluxia has something to do. Vermilion Bird also said she can't come because of work. In the end, you're the only one left. Shirley counted on her fingers and listed out the reasons why the others couldn't come. You're still not satisfied with the three of us beauties accompanying you? Do you have to have Karen around? Milei leaned her right elbow on the window frame and rested her cheek on the back of her hand. She looked at Seito with a sly smile. Of course not. It's my honor to accompany the president. Seito looked at Milei with a surprised expression and said exaggeratedly, At least you know what's good for you. I'll leave the bodyguard mission to you. Milei nodded and praised. Okay, I promise to complete the mission. Seito nodded with a smile. This is my first time walking out of the Tokyo concession, Shirley, who was looking out of the window, said excitedly. It would be great if Leluxiu could come too. Milei teased, but Shirley retaliated with a kick. Hey, what's the big deal? We can talk all night long about the boy we like. Does the president have someone she likes? Shirley asked with a dark expression. What do you think? Milei looked out and smiled frivolously. At this time, the train drove into a bridge tunnel, and the light in the carriage immediately dimmed. Nina, who was startled by this sudden change, immediately clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes, and trembled all over. It's okay. Milei, who noticed Nina's condition, reached out to hold Nina's hand and squatted in front of her. She looked up and comforted her softly. There are many tourists in Britannia at Kaguchi Lake, so the security is very good. There's no need to be afraid like in the slums. But, with Milei's comfort, Nina calmed down a little. Yi Futian said, I'll accompany you. This time, I won't leave you alone, Milei said, a frivolous smile appearing on her face once again. He looked at Seito and said, Besides, don't we have bodyguards? And Nina also looked at Seito following Milei's hint and answered, feeling slightly relieved. Don't worry. With me here, you'll be fine, Seito comforted Nina with a warm smile. A short while later, the train left the pitch-black tunnel, and the bright sunlight that followed lit up the carriage once again. Then, a huge snow-covered Fuji appeared outside the window, attracting the attention of Shirley, Nina, and Milei. Estuary Lake is an inland non-drainage lake. Together with Benki Lake, Jingjin Lake, West Lake, and Yamanaka Lake, they are known as the Five Lakes of Fuji. It is the second largest lake among the 5 lakes, as well as the largest Yamanaka Lake in Japan. It is 831 meters above sea level and has a maximum depth of 15 meters. It covers an area of 5.7 square kilometers. Wow, it's so big! Shirley exclaimed excitedly as she stood beside the protective fence near Estuary Lake. She leaned forward to look at the rippling water of the huge Estuary Lake. The wind is so comfortable. Milei stood beside Shirley and reached out to stroke her hair that was blown up by the wind. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's so beautiful, Nina praised as she looked around, admiring the scenery around her. Let's go. Let's go down, Milei, who had finished enjoying the lake breeze, opened her eyes and happily called out to the others. Okay. Shirley was the first to respond. Then, they walked down the protective fence and began to enjoy the tour provided by the nearby area. After an unknown amount of time, just as Seito and the others were about to take a break and have a meal, several old nightmares suddenly rushed over with weapons in hand. Then, they stopped halfway around the crowd. All the wanderers in the field were surrounded by them. Then, dozens of soldiers in old Japanese military uniforms ran out with submachine guns. The muzzles of the guns were aimed at the panicked wanderers in the field. We are the Japanese Liberation Front. Now you are all captured. Among the people who came, a fat man with a bulging belly. A middle-aged man with a katana on his waist walked to the front of the soldiers and shouted at the wanderers with a megaphone. Although the wanderers were panicked at first, they didn't panic because they still had a glimmer of hope. However, the man's ruthless words completely shattered their hope, and they immediately screamed. Da-da-da-da! Suddenly, a burst of gunfire sounded, and the wanderers who were screaming were completely shocked. The smell of gunpowder and the sound of bullet shells hitting the ground were infinitely magnified at this time, stimulating the wanderers' fragile nerves and forcing them to be obedient again. Take them away. The middle-aged man looked at the wanderers who were obedient again with satisfaction and waved his hand to order the others. Yes. The soldiers responded and immediately ran forward. They cooperated with Nightmare to take the wanderers to the distance step by step. Soon, the wanderers were led by the soldiers of the Japanese Liberation Front to a landmark building on Kawaguchi Lake, the United Nations Center Hotel. They took the elevator to one of the floors and were locked in a room similar to a warehouse for sundries. Around them, more than a dozen soldiers with light machine guns pointed their muzzles at the wanderers and guarded them closely. "Squat down with your hands on your heads." The middle-aged man with a big belly leaned on the katana in front of him and shouted loudly. The wanderers who became prisoners obediently put their hands behind their heads and squatted down. "Come on, take a picture of what they look like now and send it to Britannia," the middle-aged man said to the soldier next to him. "Yes, sir," the soldier replied, then turned and ran out. After a while, he came back with something like a DV and filmed the wanderers in a very professional manner. After a while, the soldier put away the DV and returned to the middle-aged man and said, "It's done. I am Cubeverse from the Japan Liberation Front. We are fighting for the liberation of Japan. Although you are not soldiers, you are Britannians. You are the people who rule us. If you are obedient, we will not hurt you. Otherwise..." The middle-aged man named Cubeverse stood at the door and said to the hostages. "Lulu," Shirley murmured next to him. "Leave a few people here to guard them. If anyone resists, shoot them directly." Cubeverse then looked contemptuously at the many hostages who were squatting with their hands on their heads, turned and left the room. Bang! The door immediately closed after Cubeverse left, and the room fell into darkness in an instant. Taking this opportunity, Saito looked up and observed the situation of the soldiers in the room. Seeing that the few people who stayed behind were all focused and nervous, and would instinctively pull the trigger at the slightest movement, Saito, who was afraid that they would accidentally hurt Nina, Shirley, and Miley, decided to hold back for the time being and wait for an opportunity to strike. After an unknown amount of time, one of the soldiers became impatient and began to walk in front of the hostages. Just as he walked in front of Miley and Nina, who was affected by the footsteps, subconsciously looked up. After seeing the soldier in front of her, she said unconsciously, "We are from District 11. The room was quiet to begin with. In a situation where even the sound of an embroidery needle falling to the ground could be heard, Nina's voice was like thunder. In an instant, the soldier's expression changed. With a ferocious face, he raised his gun and shouted at Nina, "What did you just say? You called us from District 11? We are Japanese." "I know, so please stop," Miley shouted at the soldier with an annoyed expression. "Correct it, we are not from District 11, the soldier ordered loudly. "Let's correct it, okay?" Shirley shouted. "What kind of attitude is that?" The soldier, who had entered a hysterical state, shouted at any voice, "Come to the next room. I have to teach you a good lesson." Nina screamed in fear. At this time, several other soldiers who were guarding the hostages also came over, ready to help their companions teach Nina a lesson. Seeing the opportunity, Saito did not hesitate. He instantly got up from the ground and slammed his right palm on the chin of the soldier who was bending over. The huge impact instantly poured into the soldier's brain and knocked him out. At this moment, Saito hugged the soldier's body and used it as a shield. Then, he grabbed the soldier's weapon with his free right hand and fired several shots under the guidance of his mind power. After a few gunshots, a few heavy objects fell to the ground and made a muffled sound. "Are you okay, Nina?" After dealing with all the soldiers, Saito squatted in front of Nina, who was in Miley's arms, and asked softly, "Boo-hoo." Nina just lay in Miley's arms and cried without saying a word. What should we do now? Although Miley was shocked by Saito's skills, she knew that now was not the time to ask too many questions. She only asked Saito what to do next. Saito did not immediately answer Miley's question. Instead, he looked around the hostages who were looking at him expectantly. Finally, his eyes stopped on a woman with long pink hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her nose. He got up and walked over to her. Seeing Saito walking over, A short-haired woman in a gray female suit next to Euphemia suddenly got up and stood in front of Seito, staring at him warily. "It's okay." Euphemia, who also got up, reached out to grab the short-haired woman's arm and shook her head. Then, she said to Seito, "Long time no see." "Long time no see, Euphemia," Seito replied. Then, his eyes fell on the short-haired woman in front of Euphemia and said, "This is your bodyguard, right?" "Yes." Euphemia nodded. "Well, tell her to go over there and get a weapon. Cooperate with you to stabilize this group of hostages. Don't let them run around and scream," Seito ordered. Chapter 253. "What about you?" Euphemia asked. "Me? Of course, I'm going to stay here and wait for your sister to come and save us," Seito said nonchalantly as he spread out his hands. "Is that so? I thought you were going to go out and check on the situation," Euphemia said with a chuckle. "I don't want to be a hero. Why bother with that?" Seito pursed his lips and turned to walk toward Miley and the others. Behind him was Euphemia, who was also walking over to comfort the other hostages. "Who's that woman?" After Seito returned, Miley looked at Euphemia and asked in confusion. "The third princess of the empire, Euphemia Britannia," Seito said casually. "What?" Miley looked at Seito in shock. She couldn't imagine how the usually low-key Seito knew the princess of the empire. While Miley was still in shock, Euphemia had already begun to speak under the protection of her bodyguards. "Everyone, please be quiet," Euphemia said to the crowd loudly. When everyone's attention was focused on her, she continued, "I'm the third princess of the Britannia Empire, Euphemia Britannia." Hearing Euphemia's self-introduction, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. They didn't expect that there would be a royal princess among them. "Please be quiet," the bodyguard next to Euphemia shouted. Soon, the crowd calmed down and waited for Euphemia to speak. "I know that everyone is very anxious now and wants to go home to see their loved ones. However, the danger hasn't been completely eliminated yet. We're still in the hands of the resistance. So in order to not put everyone in danger again, please try to be quiet and wait for the Britannia military to rescue us. I believe the military will send people to rescue us soon," Euphemia said in a gentle tone. After hearing Euphemia's words, the crowd looked at each other and gradually quieted down. It had to be said that in Britannia, the words of a royal were very convincing. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Euphemia walked to Seito's side and stopped. He squatted down and asked Nina, who was crying in Miley's arms, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Nina could choose not to answer Seito, but she didn't have the guts to do that to Princess Nina. She lifted her head from Miley's arms and whispered, "It's good that you're okay." Euphemia smiled and turned to Seito beside her. "Are we just going to wait here?" Seito pondered for a moment. Let's inform your sister first. If we just wait, it'll take a long time before we can make a move." Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Make the call," Seito said as he handed the phone to Euphemia. "Okay," Euphemia replied as she took the phone. Then, he got up and walked to the side to make a call. What's the matter?" On the phone, Cornelia's somewhat irritated voice sounded. Obviously, Cornelia thought that it was Ito-say who called. "Sister, it's me, Euphemia," Euphemia said in a low voice into the phone. "Euphemia!" Cornelia was shocked and quickly asked, "How are you?" "Sister, I'm fine. Thanks to Mr. Seito, we're safe for now. We're waiting for the Britannia's army to rescue us," Euphemia explained. "Seito is there?" "I'm relieved." When Cornelia heard Euphemia say that Seito was there, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Give him the phone." "Okay." Euphemia responded and then walked back with the phone. She handed the phone to Seito and said, "Sister is looking for you." Seito raised his eyebrows and took the phone from Euphemia. He turned and walked to the side to answer the call. "What's the matter?" please protect Sophie. Cornelia went straight to the point. Don't worry, I will. Seito promised. Thank you. Cornelia thanked him sincerely. She then asked in a serious tone, How's the situation over there? I've taken care of the guards. The hostages are very quiet under Euphemia's comfort. As long as nothing happens, they're basically not in danger. Now they're just waiting for your rescue. Seito briefly explained the current situation and then asked, When will your rescue arrive? As long as there's no problem on your side, I can launch an attack immediately. I was worried that the other party would threaten us with the hostages. It's much more convenient with you here, Cornelia said in a relaxed tone. Okay, you can do it. When the time comes, I'll take care of anyone who breaks in here, Seito said. Okay, I'll give the order now. We'll attack in about 5 minutes, Cornelia said. Got it, Seito replied, then hung up the phone and returned to Miley and the others. In an instant, the eyes of Euphemia, Miley, Shirley, Nina, and the surrounding hostages all fell on Seito. Your sister said that we'll attack in 5 minutes. You have to stabilize everyone's emotions. I'll be responsible for cleaning up the Japanese Liberation Front members who may break in at any time, Seito said. Great. Miley breathed a sigh of relief and said to Nina. Emidum. Nina nodded and also relaxed. 5 minutes wasn't a long time. It was just that the feeling of being in such a dull environment was prolonged, but it would eventually pass. However, the expected vibration didn't appear. Instead, a phone rang. Hello. Seito frowned and took out his phone to answer. The plan will be delayed slightly. Zero has appeared and plans to go in to rescue the hostages. I want to take this opportunity to kill them all, Cornelia said. Up to you. But as long as they don't attack us, I won't take the initiative to attack. When the time comes, don't say that I'm not cooperating with you. After all, there are some things you don't want ordinary people to know, Seito said lightly. Okay, Cornelia agreed. What's wrong? Euphemia asked Seito, who had put away his phone. Zero has appeared. Your sister plans to destroy him along with the Japanese Liberation Front. The attack is temporarily delayed, Seito explained. Oh. Euphemia nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Mireille, who was standing at the side, sized up Ito-sei with curiosity in her eyes. From the conversation between Seito and Euphemia, she knew that the call was from the Empire's second princess, Cornelia. However, from the tone of Seito's conversation with Cornelia, she could tell that the two of them were talking as equals. Furthermore, Seito was the stronger party. This was too unbelievable for Milei. Seito, who the hell are you? Milei curiously thought in her mind. At the same time, a thought popped up in her mind. Originally, the reason why she organized the student council to go on a trip was completely out of selfishness. She wanted to find someone to accompany her to relax. For the sake of the family's revival, her mother had been frequently arranging blind dates for her. Milei was disgusted by this kind of political marriage from the bottom of her heart. However, as a member of the Ashford family, she had no choice but to accept this arrangement. Now that the mysterious Seito had appeared in front of her, perhaps she could use him to avoid the political marriage and complete the hope of the family's revival. At this time, Seito, who still didn't know that he had become someone's new hope of avoiding a political marriage, was leaning against the door with his arms crossed in front of his chest, quietly waiting for Cornelia to launch an attack. A moment later, a violent tremor passed through the soles of his feet. Seito raised his head and nodded at Euphemia, who was also looking over. He got up and stood guard at the door. Everyone, the Britannia army has launched an attack. I believe that we will be rescued soon, so please try to remain as quiet as possible and peacefully wait for the rescue team to arrive. Euphemia stood in front of the somewhat panicked crowd and comforted them. At this moment, the door that had been tightly shut suddenly opened. Several men wearing uniforms similar to the boys of Ashford Academy suddenly rushed in with weapons in their hands. When they saw Seito standing guard at the door, they were instinctively stunned and immediately raised their guns to aim at Seito, ready to shoot. The moment the man was about to pull the trigger, Seito leaned his body slightly and reached up and down into the man's arms. Then, he twisted his hands and completely broke the man's arms, interrupting the man's action of pulling the trigger. Seito then held the man with the broken arm in front of him and shouted, "Don't shoot if you don't want him to die." Seito. The other members shouted anxiously when they saw the hostage in Seito's hands. "Abominable Britannians!" cried one of the men. "Don't forget why you're here." Seito frowned and reminded them. He didn't want Lelouch's Black Knights to lose such a chance to appear on the stage. Without the Black Knights in the guise of justice, how could Lelouch resist Britannia? How could he start a war? Where could Seito go to collect soul energy? If Lelouch hadn't rushed over at the beginning, it wouldn't have been so bad. Seito believed that with his intelligence, he would have found a stage to appear on. Perhaps the effect wouldn't be as good as here, but it wouldn't affect the Black Knight's unity. But now that Lelouch had appeared, if Seito still went to ruin his stage, although he could obtain an unknown amount of world energy, it was not worth it compared to the soul energy that was difficult to collect. It would also affect the prestige of Zero, who had just reached an agreement with the resistance, and slow down the plot. This wasn't what Seito wanted. Upon hearing Seito's reminder, the men who were still members of the resistance were taken aback. They looked at each other, and then, under the signal of one of the more prestigious men, they organized the hostages in the room and began to move them out. Miley, Shirley, Nina, Euphemia, and the others who received Idosei's signal also quietly followed behind the members of the resistance organization and walked out of the building. Chapter 254. In the elevator that was transferring people, the dim yellow light kept flickering. The violent vibrations made everyone feel unsteady. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people in the elevator and there wasn't enough space for them to move, it was likely that everyone wouldn't be standing in the same place anymore. Instead, they would be rolling around on the floor. After a minute of descending, the elevator door finally opened. Everyone quickly walked out of the elevator under the leadership of several members of the resistance organization, ran out of the still violently shaking passage, boarded the hovercraft provided by the resistance organization, and moved to the safe center of the lake under the guidance of a small boat. Just after they left, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the convention center hotel building. Like the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, the building tilted and sank to the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of smoke and dust gushed out from the location where the building had sunk. The huge gravel that had fallen into the estuary below immediately stirred up a half-meter thick water column. Ripples spread out from the bottom of the water column like a small wave. Very quickly, the ripples spread to the hovercraft that everyone was on. The sudden swaying of the hovercraft caused several people who had a poor sense of balance to immediately vomit. A moment later, all the changes were over. The smoke and dust that filled the surroundings of the building also slowly dispersed under the lake breeze, and the dark and broken building once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the voice of Lelouch, who was disguised as Zero, came out from the loudspeaker above the small boat. "Britannians, don't panic. All the hostages locked in the hotel have been successfully rescued and will now return to your side." On the ship, the lights and the camera lens turned together, sweeping through the frightened people on the hovercraft one by one. Then, on the almost dark ship, several searchlights lit up one after another, revealing the people standing under the searchlights. Dozens of men and women in black uniforms and hats stood in a row. They clustered around Zero, who was wearing a black cloak and a strange helmet, standing in front of them. "Fear us, O people, and desire us. Our name is the Black Knights." Zero paused for a moment, giving the people in front of the screen time to accept it, then continued, "We, the Black Knights, are the companions of all people who don't pursue force, whether it's the people of District 11 or the people of Britannia. The Japanese Liberation Front despicably captured ordinary people of Britannia as hostages and cruelly killed them. This was a senseless act, so we imposed sanctions on them. It was the same for the former governor of Clovis. He had plundered and killed the people of District 11 who had no weapons. He couldn't just watch such a tragedy happen, so he was also punished. I do not deny war. However, it was absolutely forbidden for the strong to unilaterally kill the weak. The only ones who could open fire were those who were prepared to die. We will appear again when someone with power attacks someone without power, no matter how powerful that enemy is. Those who possess power should fear us," Zero said as she waved her hand to remove the cloak that had been wrapped in front of her. "People without power, come and beg us. This world will be sanctioned by us, the Black Knights. Is the world up to you?" Ito-sei murmured with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed since the Black Knight's declaration. The trauma of being hostages was gradually erased during this period of time. During this period, except for reports about the crimes committed by the Black Knights that were broadcasted from time to time in the news every day, the so-called resistance organizations had all disappeared, and a rare degree of peace was restored in District 11. On this day, Sei-Ito was sitting in the classroom in a boring history class when Karen, who was one person away from him, suddenly stood up from her seat and said loudly, "Black Knights." Everyone, who was taken aback by Karen's sudden voice, immediately burst into noisy laughter after a brief silence. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately, Karen was a top student. The teacher was still very tolerant of her, and her disguise of being sick also helped her to a certain extent. The teacher simply said, "If you are not feeling well, go to the infirmary to rest," and then ignored her and continued the class. After class, Shirley and Levi, who were members of the student union, came to Karen's side one after another and said, "It's rare. Karen actually dozed off in class. Let Leluxiu accept you as a disciple. That guy is a strong person who dozes off in class." Levi on the side looked at Leluxiu, who was sitting by the window on the other side, with his elbows on the table and 5 fingers on his head, and his back facing them. "Is he sleeping?" Karen turned her head and said in surprise when she saw Leluxiu's appearance. "I don't know what that guy has been doing recently. He sleeps half the time in class." "It's really worrying," Levi said. The 3 chatted casually for a while and left to find a place to enjoy their lunch. "If you always stay up late like this, your skin will deteriorate." At this time, Sei-Ito walked to Karen, sat on the chair in front of her, and looked at Karen and said, "And is your Black Knights really rebelling against Britannia? Haven't you had enough of this righteous hero game that is like children playing house? If you continue like this, I can only regretfully say that you are hopeless." "This is Zero's order." Karen took out a lunchbox from the desk, picked up a sandwich from it and took a bite. "Well, Zero's order. But in this case, I don't think you can overthrow Britannia. At least I don't see any hope for the time being," Sei-Ito said and spread out his hands. "You don't join the rebel organization. Why are you so enthusiastic?" Karen looked at Sei-Ito strangely. "I need to fight to test the weapon. If you don't fight, how can I get the experimental data?" Sei-Ito wouldn't tell Karen the real situation. He just used the old excuse. Then the 2 chatted casually again. Lunchtime passed in the blink of an eye. Although Zero urged the Black Knights or Lelouch to get down to business through Karen at noon, it was obvious that Zero, who had an established plan, would not be swayed so easily. She continued to destroy the drug warehouse for several nights in a row until a certain day later. Buzz 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 during class, the phone in Sei-Ito's pocket suddenly vibrated. Seeing that the teacher was still writing the course content on the blackboard, he reached out and took out the phone in his pocket. A short message with the title Karen appeared on the screen. After opening the message, Sei-Ito immediately saw the words, "I agree." Did something happen? Sei-Ito pressed the delete button with his thumb and put the phone back in his pocket. After a while, the class bell rang. Sei-Ito simply stuffed the things on the table into the desk, walked out of the classroom quickly, came to the rooftop of the teaching building, and took out his phone to make a call. Beep. The phone was connected. Have you really thought it through? Itongqing leaned his back against the protective fence of the rooftop, his elbows resting on the bars of the protective fence, and asked, "Well, I want power, the power to change the world." On the other end of the phone, Karen said firmly, "If you really decide, then I will give you power, the power to change the world." Sei-Ito said calmly, "Prepare well these 2 days. I will take you to the laboratory on Saturday to test the data." Okay. Karen agreed. Beep. The phone was hung up again. Sei-Ito turned around, leaned over, and looked into the distance. The power to change the world? Maybe it's not bad to add another thing in addition to the body. Soon, it was Saturday, bam bam bam. Someone knocked on Sei-Ito's door. Beep. Sei-Ito opened the door from the inside, looked at Karen, who was wearing an Ashford school uniform outside the door, and smiled. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Karen said with a serious expression. "Okay, let's go now." Sei-Ito nodded, then walked out of the door, and locked the door with his right hand. The two came to the garage inside the villa, got into the luxury car, and drove away from the community in an instant. The car drove at high speed on the empty road. More than half an hour later, it stopped in front of the building where the laboratory was located. "We're here." Sei-Ito turned off the car engine, pulled out the car key, pushed the door open, and walked out. He then said to Karen, who also got out of the car, "Follow me." The two walked to the front of the building, used Sei-Ito's identity card to pass the security check at the door, walked in, and took the elevator down on the right side of the hall. About half a minute later, the elevator opened with a ding sound, and a bright passage appeared in front of the two. Sei-Ito did not speak and walked inside with Karen. After a few more checks, they came to the inner area of the laboratory. There was a room with several instruments and more than 10 researchers in white coat. Lakshata, as soon as Sei-Ito walked into the room, he called out to the blonde woman who was standing in the room smoking a pipe. "What a rare guest!" Lakshata smacked the pipe in her mouth, turned around, and greeted them. Then she looked at Karen beside Sei-Ito and said, "This is the pilot you mentioned?" "Yes." Sei-Ito nodded. "Okay, let's go for the test." Lakshata did not doubt it. She nodded and walked out of the room with Sei-Ito and Karen. After turning 2 corners, they came to a room full of various test instruments. 5 researchers were busy in front of the instruments. Chapter 255. Okay, take off your clothes. Lakshata brought Karen to the test instrument and turned her head. Take off my clothes?" Karen looked at Lakshata in surprise and repeated. "Of course, what I want to do is a precision test on you. Any foreign object will affect the accuracy of the data. Of course, if you are not prepared to cherish your life, I don't care." Lakshata crossed her arms in front of her chest and took a puff from the pipe in her mouth. But, Karen's gaze swept back and forth between Sei-Ito and the 4 male researchers, and she stammered. "Oh, it turns out that you don't want men to see your body." Lakshata tilted her head and observed Karen's expression for a moment, then said in realization. She then turned to the 4 male researchers on the side and shouted, "Salman Khan, Gandhi, Shahrukh, Hrinik, the 4 of you leave here first and call Kiran, Visali, Ashmita, Suavatrana, and the others in the data debugging center." "Okay. Got it." "Okay. Yes." Hearing Lakshata's order, the 4 immediately stopped what they were doing and responded in a chaotic manner. Then they turned and left the test room. "You should leave too, big boss." Lakshata turned to Sei-Ito and said. Okay, I'll leave now. Seito nodded and also turned and left the test room. Not long after he walked out of the test room, he met the 4 women who were walking toward the test room. They smiled and nodded at each other and passed by each other. Then through the corridor, after turning 2 corners, Seito returned to the data debugging center again. He watched everyone standing in front of several instruments and carefully drafting data. Big Boss, one of the middle-aged men, who had just finished the data entry work and was about to pour a cup of coffee, saw Seito standing next to him and quickly greeted him. Aha. Seito responded casually and waved to the middle-aged man next to him, motioning him to do as he pleased, while he continued to look at the data on the instrument. There was a 21-inch color electronic screen in front of him. A data model of a female human body was rotating at a specific speed on the screen. Beside the data model were words such as kg, height, flexibility, impact, heartbeat, blood pressure, etc. A series of English letters related to the body's data were neatly arranged in a vertical row. Groups of undetermined numbers were randomly jumping below the corresponding English letters. On the rightmost screen, an octagonal pattern made up of 8 triangles of equal size was displayed there. An irregular pattern that was much darker than the regular octagonal pattern was constantly changing and expanding inside the octagonal pattern. At this moment, the human data model on the screen suddenly paused. All the changing values and data on the screen immediately stopped and returned to a blank state. He was ready to change the most accurate data at any time. Has it begun? Seito thought to himself as he looked at the different colors that gradually appeared on the data model on the screen. Sure enough, in the next moment, a smaller screen popped out from the electronic screen. A set of electrocardiogram data jumped on the small screen. Just like that, under Seito's gaze, the data on the screen began to change again. It was not until more than an hour later that Karen, who was wearing a white tank top that exposed her navel, white boxer shorts, and slippers, followed Lakshana into the room. How is it? Seito turned around and asked Lakshana, who was walking toward him. Very good. Her body data is one of the best among the pilots I have ever seen. Lakshana was not stingy with her praise. With her data, she is fully qualified to be the pilot of Red Lotus 2 and can directly conduct the weapon test. That's good. Seito smiled at Karen, who was beside Lakshana. Indira, combine the newly obtained human data and Red Lotus 2 data and input it into the body's OS. Lakshana shouted to the short-haired woman who was sitting in front of a huge red nightmare and operating a computer not far away. Got it, big sis. The short-haired woman named Indira raised her right hand without turning her head. After giving a thumbs up to them, she continued to work. After a while, Indira shouted, Big sis, it's done. Have you rested enough? After receiving Indira's reply, Lakshana asked Karen, who was drinking water next to her. If you have rested enough, start the real machine debugging. It's done. Karen put the cup in her hand on the cabinet next to her and said seriously. That's good. Let's start the real machine debugging. Lakshana nodded, turned around and shouted to everyone, Pay attention. We are now starting the real machine debugging. Everyone, return to your post. Pay close attention to the changes in the data. Report to me immediately if there are any problems. Everyone else, leave the debugging site immediately. Yes. In an instant, the originally unorganized researchers seemed to have become soldiers as they responded in unison. Then, they ran to their respective instruments without panicking and adjusted the instruments with full attention. The other researchers who were there as bystanders quickly left the debugging site and hid. After everyone returned to their positions, Karen, as the pilot, walked to the front of the Red Lotus 2 on the fixed frame. After quietly looking at the Red Lotus 2 for a moment, she climbed the escalator at the side to the cockpit of the Red Lotus 2 with a determined look on her face, and jumped in. Immediately, the outer wall of the protective cover above the cockpit immediately unfolded and closed. The head that had been retracted in the protruding part of the chest also pulled back at the same time. The electronic eyes under the tassel of the helmet of the Roman Empire soldiers suddenly lit up. A loud exhaust sound came from the fixed frame of the Red Lotus II, and a burst of white mist gushed out from the Red Lotus II. The connection is normal, the cherry stone system is operating normally, the output power is stable, the R system is connected, the radiation wave system is operating normally, the motion transmission system is operating normally, the radar system is operating normally. As the exhaust sound sounded, the researchers in the debugging room immediately reported the data they monitored dutifully. The continuous reports echoed in the debugging room. Karen, launch a radiation wave at the wall behind you. Lakshana reached out and pressed a grayish-white button on the instrument in front of her, then said to the Red Lotus II in the field. At once, Lakshada's voice was transmitted from the loudspeaker in the modulation room. Okay. Karen also replied with the loudspeaker of the Red Lotus II, then manipulated the Red Lotus II to turn around and raise a huge metal right claw that was different from the design style of the whole body to the wall in front of her. Immediately afterward, a red wave visible to the naked eye erupted from the metal right claw in the shape of a circle. A huge depression immediately appeared on the wall that had been reinforced multiple times. A large amount of pine flower soil melted by the radiation wave fell from the depressed wall, piling up a small black mound on the ground. How is it? Lakshana hurriedly asked the data monitor at the side. The output power is stable. The energy consumption deviation is within the predetermined range of 389%. It has no effect on the body, the person in charge of monitoring quickly replied. Good. Lakshana exclaimed excitedly. Continue the test. Next, under Lakshana's request, the Red Lotus II underwent various tests. Except for the actual combat test, which had no extra body and space to test, everything else that could be tested in the debugging room was tested. The final conclusion was that the Red Lotus II was the same as Britannia's Lancelot, completely belonging to the 7th generation Nightmare body. Now that the radiation wave weapon is completed, the next step is to develop the follow-up external components, right? Seito asked. Yes. Lakshana took a puff from the pipe and nodded. Then I look forward to your results. Seito smiled. I won't disappoint you, Lakshana said confidently. Tell your people to tidy up the 2 styles of the Red Lotus. When I leave, I will take it with me so that I can arrange for it to undergo the actual combat test. Itose looked at Karen, who jumped out of the 2 styles of the Red Lotus, and said, Okay. Lakshana responded and walked to the center of the researchers to give instructions. How do you feel? Seito looked at Karen, who walked to his front, and asked with a smile. It feels great, Karen said excitedly. As long as I have this Red Lotus II, I can definitely face Britannia's Nightmare head-on. I'm even confident in fighting that unknown white mech. Good. According to the original agreement, it will be your exclusive body from today onwards, Seito said. Really? Karen looked at Seito in surprise and asked with some uncertainty, You're really handing it over to me? Of course. The OS is written according to your body's data, and it has been locked. It's impossible for others to pilot it without adjustments, so who else can I give it to other than you? Seito said matter-of-factly. But how should I explain the origin of the Red Lotus II to the Black Knights? Karen asked. Just say it. I believe that with Zero's tolerance, he will definitely accept this unexpected gift, Seito explained with a smile. After that, the two chatted for a while. After the researchers sorted out the 2 styles of Red Lotus and sent them to the elevator, Itose and Karen also stood in the elevator and returned to the ground with the 2 styles of Red Lotus. Then, they carried the Red Lotus II to the transport vehicle and left the laboratory with Karen. Then, Seito got into his car and turned around to return to his residence. Chapter 256. The transport truck stopped in front of a warehouse area on the periphery of the Tokyo concession in Area 11. "Wait here for a moment." Karen pushed the door open and got out of the transport truck, then turned to the driver inside and said. Then, without waiting for the driver to answer, she quickly ran into the warehouse area and disappeared. A moment later, he ran out with a group of men and women dressed in black night uniforms. They went straight to the front of the transport truck and lifted the large gray canvas covering the cargo, revealing the Red Lotus second style inside. "Wow, it looks great." One of the men with a red headband on his forehead put his hands on his waist and said, "Karen, where did you get this mech?" The mature Shan Yu asked a more core question. "I'll explain it to you later. Now help me move the mech inside." Karen shook her head and said to Shan Yu, "Okay." Shan Yu nodded, then turned to the people behind him and waved. "Come on, everyone, let's move the things inside." "Yes." The others responded, then quickly ran to the transport truck and began to move. After a while, the Red Lotus 2 was unloaded from the transport truck and moved to the forklift taken from the warehouse. Then, under the operation of a member of the Black Knights, it was transported into the warehouse. "Thank you." Karen walked to the driver's seat and thanked the driver inside. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There's still work to be done in the laboratory." The driver smiled at Karen. "Okay, goodbye." Karen nodded and waved her hand to close the door. She watched the transport truck start the engine and turn around to leave the warehouse area. The next day was Sunday. During the holidays at Ashford Academy, Seito, who was cultivating in his room, was called to Ashford Academy by a phone call. "President, what's the matter? You didn't even call me to come to school on the weekend." In the activity room of the student union, Seito sat on a chair and looked at Milei, who was sitting at the table with her back to him, and teased. Not far away, Nina was still sitting in front of the computer, studying physics. "Hey, what do you think the social status of the dean's granddaughter is?" Milei put her hands on the table. She stretched her legs back and forth alternately and asked. Seito thought for a moment and said, "If she's just the dean's granddaughter, her social status is just SOSO." "What is that?" Milei asked. "Much stronger than ordinary people. It's much worse than the rich. The rest is up to you," Itose said truthfully. "Sigh, I knew it." Milei sighed and jumped off the table. She pulled over a chair and sat down. She crossed her left leg over her right leg and rested her elbow on the table. She looked at Seito and said, "Well, what do you think I should do to improve my social status?" "Say, guild leader, you didn't call me here just to ask about these unimportant things, right?" Seito asked Milei in surprise. Sigh. Milei's hand, which was supporting her chin, leaned on the table and sighed loudly. "Guild leader, don't make yourself sound like a resentful housewife. If you have something to say, just say it. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Itose felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard Milei's deliberate sigh. He quickly said, "Really?" Milei was shocked and asked, "Yes. Tell me, what can make our optimistic guild leader Milei like this?" Seito nodded and said, "With your help, it shouldn't be a problem." Milei sat up straight. She clenched her right fist and knocked on her left palm. She smiled happily and said, "You know my family, right? The Ashford family. The family that was in charge of the production and research of Nightmare when Queen Mariana was alive. However, after Queen Mariana passed away, the other royal families took back the production and research rights of Nightmare. We only kept an honorary title," Seito said. "You know it well." Milei glanced at Seito and said, "Recently, because of Grandpa's health, my mother is worried that the family will completely decline after Grandpa passes away. She's arranging blind dates for me, but I don't want to become a victim of a political marriage. So I want to ask if you have any ideas." After listening to Milei's narration, how could he not understand the hidden meaning behind her words? It was nothing more than discovering his relationship with Cornelia and Euphemia during the river mouth incident. She just saw a turning point. Itose looked up at Mireille and said, "You should know the situation of your family. You used to be loyal to Princess Mariana. Once Queen Mariana was loyal to Queen Mariana and fully controlled the production and research of Nightmare with her support. If you want to rise again and extend your tentacles into the Nightmare industry again, you can't just find a new person to be loyal to. Moreover, as the goddess of war, Cornelia doesn't have much say in Nightmare matters. After all, these things are now in Schnetzel's hands. So other than finding someone to marry now, it seems like there really isn't any way to escape the fate of a political marriage." "It still doesn't work?" Millet said dejectedly. "By the way, do you know who your blind date is?" Seito looked at the gloomy Millet and asked. "I think it's an earl from the Guide Technology Department, called," Millet said. "Roy Desbrud," Seito finished. "Yes, that's him. You know him?" Millet looked at Seito in surprise. "If it's him, you don't have to worry too much about the marriage." Seito chuckled. "What do you mean?" Millet hurriedly asked. "From what I know, Roy Desbrud is a research maniac. He doesn't pay attention to relationship. Even if you really do marry, it's probably just a marriage in name." Seito explained. "Also, he's the director of the Guide Technology Department under Schnetzel's command. He's in charge of the Nightmare research and development, which fits the needs of your family's rise. It seems that your family's connections haven't been lost much with the decline." "Of course," Millet said proudly. But when she thought about the upcoming blind date, she became listless again. "It seems that I can't avoid it. Just meet him," Seito comforted. "By the way, can you take me with you on the day of your blind date? What are you going to do?" Millet rolled her eyes and asked. "It just so happens that I also have some matters to discuss with Roy Desbruder," Itose said. "Okay." Millet tilted her head and thought for a while before agreeing. "Thanks." Seito smiled. That afternoon, Seito asked for leave from the school and took the rail train to Narita. Because just after talking with Millet, Karen told Seito that Zero wanted to meet him through the phone. Since they would meet sooner or later, Seito agreed. He bought a train ticket to Narita that afternoon and rushed to Narita. "It's Narita Station, it's Narita Station." After a while, a woman's voice came from the loudspeaker of the train. Seito got off the train and then rushed to the location mentioned by Karen according to the route map in his mobile phone. About half an hour later, Seito left the city and entered the mountains near Narita. Fortunately, Seito's skills were there, and the mountainous conditions did not affect Seito's speed at all. So he soon arrived at the rendezvous point specified on the mobile phone. At this time, the sky was gloomy, and the surrounding lonely mountains gave off a strong sense of oppression. At this time, the door of the wooden house not far from the rendezvous point suddenly opened, and Zero, wearing a black high-collared cloak and a strange helmet, walked out. "Zero." Seito turned to look at Zero. Seeing that Zero did not speak, he continued, "Why are you surprised to see me? I didn't expect that the person who can provide Karen with that kind of performance would be such a young person." "I'm indeed a little surprised," Zero replied, then turned sideways and said, "Come in." At this time, Leluxia was very surprised. He did not expect Seito, who was quiet at Ashford Academy, to have such power. To Leluxia, this was even more surprising than Karen inexplicably bringing back a powerful body. "Now let's get straight to the point," Zero said after Seito sat down. "Of course." Seito extended his hand and said. "Your purpose?" Zero asked. "War. It's best if it's a large-scale war," Seito said honestly. Zero nodded as if she understood. "Arms dealer." Then she asked, "Since you want me to start a war, what can you provide me?" "Karen's body and the follow-up development parts of that body," Seito said. Don't you think it's a little whimsical for me to start a war with just the investment of a body and its follow-up equipment? Zero said. I don't think so. Seito shook his head and said, You saw the white body during the Shinjuku War, right? After seeing Zero nod, he continued, Red Lotus 2 is a 7th-generation nightmare equivalent to that body. It's even stronger than that body in some aspects. Its advantage on the battlefield is self-evident. What's more, the effect of an ace is not as simple as the ace itself. It represents the hope of victory, the morale of the subordinates, and the key to victory or defeat. You don't want the battle you've worked so hard to set up to be destroyed by an inexplicable body, right? So in my eyes, the value of an ace is definitely enough to pay for starting a war, Seito said with a faint smile. It seems that you are also someone who understands the art of war, Zero said, but she was secretly guessing, who is this guy? I can't help it. I've seen a lot of this stuff in the past. Seito shrugged indifferently. Okay, but I haven't seen the true performance of that body yet, so this matter can only be discussed in detail after this battle is over, Zero said. Okay. Seito nodded and said, I also want to see if you are someone worth investing in. Chapter 257. After the two finished their conversation, they sat in the wooden house in silence. Seito, who was a little bored, got up and walked to the window to look outside. In the misty sky, white snowflakes fluttered down. A woman with waist-length green hair in a strange costume stood at the top of the hill outside the house, admiring the falling snow. Is that your companion, Zero? Seito asked. The latter looked out through the window Seito opened and immediately realized who Seito was talking about. She quickly got up and said, Sorry, I'll go out for a moment. She then walked out of the wooden house without hesitation, walked to the green-haired woman, and began to talk to her. Is that Cece? That rich power of the world and the strange fluctuations around her body. Sure enough, it's better to be careful before Luluziu guess explode. Itose looked at the two people talking outside the window and thought to himself. After a while, Luluziu returned to the room and said to Seito, Let's go, it's time to confirm each other's value. My pleasure. Seito smiled. Then he walked out of the room, nimbly jumped on Zero's exclusive Ronin, and moved to the place where the Black Knights were hiding. Somewhere on the top of Narita Mountain, the members of the Black Knights were all gathered here. They looked at the large-scale nightmare transport that suddenly appeared in the distant sky and the dust that was stirred up by the nightmare's movement on the ground. Zero, who stood in the middle of the crowd, said, It's begun. Just kidding. A thin man with a light machine gun on his right shoulder and a red headband on his forehead said in shock, Don't joke around, Zero. If that thing comes, we'll be surrounded like an iron bucket. We won't even have a way out. The way out has been blocked. Before the man could finish, Zero said, If we want to live, we have to fight here. Fight with Britannia? Next to Zero, a woman with long blue hair murmured in shock. Do you want us to fight head-on? When we're surrounded? The man who spoke first said. Moreover, the enemy is Cornelia's troops. They are a completely different force from the previous ones, another Black Knight said. Yes, it would be a miracle if we can still win, Zero said calmly. Zero. Now that things have come to this. Fan, who was standing to the left of Zero, wanted to turn around and say something, but was immediately interrupted by Zero. If Messiah doesn't create a miracle, he won't be recognized. Then, of course, we need a miracle. Miracles don't come so easily. The man who spoke first retorted loudly, You really can't be the leader. I should be the one. As he spoke, he took the gun from his shoulder. Although he was fast, Zero was faster. She raised her right hand that had been hidden in her cloak. A gun was pointed at the man who spoke. While everyone was still in shock, Zero let go of the gun and turned it around on her index finger. She pointed the gun at the person who spoke and said, Our path of retreat has been cut off. If you think you can win without me, then anyone can. Shoot me. In an instant, the Black Knights, who originally supported the man who spoke, were all shocked. They looked at the man who spoke and waited for his choice. The man who spoke was shocked by Zero's question and was speechless for a long time. Since you have joined the Black Knights, there are only two paths. After a while, seeing that everyone was still in shock, Zero continued, live with me or die with me. In an instant, Zero's image clearly appeared in everyone's heart. He was no longer a vague collaborator or a dependent that could be abandoned at any time. Instead, he was everyone's companion and leader. The next thing was easy to do. With the foreshadowing, everyone in the Black Knights mustered their strength to carry out Zero's orders. According to his requirements, they ambushed at various locations and prepared for battle. Not bad. After most people left, Seito, who had been standing next to the Red Lotus 2 Styles, chuckled softly. What? Karen, who was standing on top of the Red Lotus 2 Styles, heard Seito's chuckle and asked in confusion. Nothing. Seito shrugged and did not answer, while the Black Knights were nervously arranging. On the other side, the Britannia army had already fought with the Japanese Liberation Front. It was just that the Japanese Liberation Front was an underground organization after all. Even if they had the support of other hidden forces, they couldn't get any advanced technology, not to mention that their opponent was the army led by Cornelia. As soon as they exchanged fire, they showed signs of collapse. They couldn't stop the advance of Cornelia's army. It didn't take long for them to reach the mountainside where the Japanese Liberation Front was located, approaching the Japanese Liberation Front's nest. Just as the Britannia army was about to break into the Japanese Liberation Front's nest, the Black Knights finally finished their arrangement. At Zero's command, all the members of the Black Knights acted. They picked up their weapons or sat in the cockpit of the Nightmare and started the body. They acted according to the pre-formulated plan. From now on, the Black Knights will launch a surprise attack on the Britannia army from the top of the mountain. Obey my orders and rush down to the third location in one breath. The goal of the battle is to capture the second princess of Britannia, Cornelia. The one responsible for tearing apart the assault route is Red Lotus 2. Karen, use the number 3 through-hole electrode. You can end the battle in one blow, right? Zero's command came from the internal communicator of Red Lotus 2. Yes. Karen responded. She operated the right steel claw of the Red Lotus 2 and pressed it on a green steel cylinder with the number 3 on the ground. Immediately, a red light ejected from the steel cylinder that Karen pressed and disappeared in an instant. In the 5 or 6 seconds after the red light disappeared, no changes occurred on the ground. Just when everyone thought that they didn't succeed, the ground where everyone was standing suddenly rolled and shook. Then, a large amount of hot water gushed out from the cracks in the ground. Combined with the broken ground, it formed a mudslide that quickly moved down the mountain. F***CK Seito, who was also standing at the site of the incident, quickly jumped back the moment the mudslide happened. He jumped out of the mudslide's moving range in a few leaps and cursed in a low voice, "Bastard." The sudden mudslide completely disrupted Nippon's Liberation Front and Britannia's deployment. The rolling mudslide mercilessly swallowed the airframes of both sides that existed on the way forward, turning them into their own power and continuing to surge downward. Then, it rushed out of the range of Mount Narita and poured into the city at the foot of the mountain, swallowing the lives of the Britannia soldiers who were guarding the city. After the mudslide stopped, the members of the Black Knights immediately poured out of their hiding places and launched a surprise attack on the isolated Cornelia army. They were unprepared and attacked from the top of the mountain, so they had an innate advantage. So as soon as the battle began, Cornelia's remaining troops were caught off guard and lost more than a dozen Nightmare and other combat weapons. However, the gap between the Nightmare and the Black Knights could not be changed by strategy alone. After the initial failure, the Britannia reorganized their formation and launched a counterattack with the advantage of the Nightmare's performance, fighting against the Black Knight. At this time, the performance of Red Lotus 2 was undoubtedly highlighted. Any Nightmare in front of it fell under the radiation wave weapon of Red Lotus 2's steel right arm, dying on the spot. I don't know how the radiation wave weapon compares to the Gundam's PS armor and the 00 series solar particle, but it's worth looking forward to. Seito, who was standing on the mountain, looked at the Red Lotus 2 that forced a path out of the forest and mused. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. 4 oddly shaped mechs that looked like rogues but were not rogues appeared on the battlefield. They held long swords made of radiation vibration technology and rushed into the battlefield, attacking the Britannia army. After they joined, the Nippon Liberation Front seemed to have taken stimulants and suddenly released all their forces, cooperating with the Black Knights to fight against the Britannia army. On the other side, with the full mobilization of the Nippon Liberation Front, 0 and 4 to 5 Nightmare finally intercepted the Nightmare piloted by Cornelia with the help of Red Lotus 2. Then, under the cooperation of Red Lotus 2's performance suppression and 0's sneak attack from behind, she lost both of her arms. Just as Cornelia was ready to die in battle as a princess, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly gushed out between them. Then, the white airframe Lancelot that appeared in Shinjuku and Kawaguchi appeared in the field. After that, Lancelot, who was of the same generation, started fighting with Red Lotus 2. Both of them were like superhumans with cheat. They moved, leaped, and fought rapidly on the side of the mountain wall. In the end, because of the collapse of the mountain under the feet of Red Lotus 2, 0 fell down the mountain, and because he took a powerful attack from Lancelot before he fell, his right arm was damaged. Under the cover of his companions, he had no choice but to leave the battlefield. Without the assistance of Red Lotus 2 Styles, 0, whose Nightmare skills were inferior to ordinary people, had no choice but to leave the battle helplessly. However, Lancelot, who was behind her, had no intention of letting her go so easily. He quickly gave chase. Due to the difference in performance, Lancelot quickly caught up. Even if he had to use the escape system to escape from the Nightmare, Lancelot still caught up to him and forced him into a desperate situation. Just when Lulic thought that he could not escape this time, CC suddenly appeared in the field and walked step by step towards Lancelot. Finally, she reached out and placed her hand on Lancelot's body. Chapter 258. That's Seito, who was standing on the top of the mountain near the battlefield and absorbing the soul force, suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the forest, and then the information of the Rubik's Cube world suddenly appeared in his mind. The collective will of this world has been triggered. In order to ensure the safety of the host, the absorption of the soul force is forcibly blocked. Please leave the scene as soon as possible. Sure enough, the fluctuation around CC is a subsidiary product of the collective will. Seito saw that the soul force could no longer be absorbed for the time being, so he didn't stay any longer. He quickly left the battlefield and moved to a safe place. When he saw 0 again, it was already after Narita's battle. I agree to your cooperation, 0 said straightforwardly after seeing Seito. A wise choice. Seito smiled. But there is one more condition, 0 said. Please speak. Seito reached out and motioned 0 to say it clearly. Your research team will provide technical support to the Black Knights, 0 said. Okay. Seito agreed. Happy cooperation. 0 reached out to Seito. Happy cooperation. Seito shook hands with 0 and smiled. For the next 2 days, Seito stayed with the Black Knights, watching them clean up the battlefield, organize their equipment, and retreat from the underground tunnel of the original Nippon subway line back to the Tokyo concession. Karen, let's go. After returning to the Tokyo concession, Seito said to Karen next to him. The two of them were going to take Red Lotus 2 back to the laboratory for repair. Okay. Karen agreed, jumped on Red Lotus 2, and controlled it to move to the transport vehicle. Then, she turned off the power system and jumped out again. She sat in the front cab with Ito Masaru, and Ito Masaru drove the transport vehicle back to the laboratory. It looks like a really high-intensity battle. In the adjustment room, Lakshata put one hand on his waist and the other hand holding a pipe in his mouth, and said while looking at the damaged right arm of Red Lotus 2 and the scratches on the body. "Sorry to trouble you," Seito said. "Indira, come and take a look at the black box of the second style of the Red Lotus. Adjust the data inside." Lakshata turned around and shouted behind her. "Come on, big sister." He was wearing sandals that exposed his dark brown legs. He was wearing a pair of black boxer shorts, a dark red tank top that exposed his navel, and a white coat over his coat. A woman with short, light yellow hair and earrings walked over with a laptop in her arms. She skillfully found the data transmission line in the Red Lotus 2's cockpit and connected it to the laptop before starting to operate it. A moment later, Indira whistled and said, "Big sister, I found something good." "What?" Lakshata looked up and asked. Indira raised her laptop and pointed the screen at Lakshata. A white mech appeared on the screen, its body agilely fighting against something. "That's what I'm talking about. Countess Little Bean's toy," Seito said. Lakshata nodded and said to Indira, "Copy the battle data and do a system analysis. Do the same for the weapon that destroyed Ghostclaw." "Yes," Indira replied and sat back in the mech body with her laptop in her arms. "I'll leave the second style of the Red Lotus to you. Karen and I will go back first," Seito said. Lakshata waved her hand and continued to instruct the others. "Let's go," Seito said to Karen. The two returned to the surface along the original path and took the city rail back home. Just as they were about to separate, Seito stopped Karen and said, "Oh right. With the influence of the Narita incident, the capital will probably go to the capital. The so-called capital will probably come looking for you again. When the time comes, let me know." "I'll have to ask Zero," Karen said. "Okay, let me know when there's news." Seito smiled. Then the two parted at the door and returned home. The next morning, Karen called Seito and told him to gather. Then, he disguised himself as a member of the Black Knight. He got into the car with Karen and the others and headed to the meeting place. A moment later, the group was brought into a huge room. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the room, they could clearly see a huge mountain wrapped in steel. "This is the Fuji mine." Shan Yao looked at the familiar scenery in shock. "Are you kidding? How could we come to such a place?" Yuching Shinichiro put his hands on the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. "But there's nothing wrong with this mountain, this shape," Karen said. "That means there's cherry stone below," Shan Yao said. The Rubik's Cube probed the remaining cherry stone reserves in Mount Fuji. Seito ordered in his mind. Almost 2 seconds after the order was issued, a set of data appeared in Seito's mind. The storage of the special form of energy ore was tons. Tons had been mined, and the remaining storage was tons. Very good. As long as everything goes smoothly today, and we control the guy who came to meet us, this cherry stone mine will be in our hands. Seito's eyes seemed to be able to see the cherry stone inside through the outer steel shell of Mount Fuji. "It's ugly, isn't it?" In the past, Mount Fuji, which was famous for its clear water and spiritual peaks, has now bowed its head to the empire and been humiliated by it. It's a complete portrayal of our current state. It's really sad. At this moment, the light in the room changed from bright to dark. In the ancient nunnery near the inner part of the house, an old voice suddenly said, "Apologize for your rudeness of not showing your true face. Zero, you should do the same. But I have to see who you are. Let me see that face." with that said, the right hand holding a crutch stretched out from the nunnery. Then, for old-fashioned Nightmare moved out of the darkness and pointed its muzzle at everyone. Please wait a minute. Zero brought us strength and victory. Take him. Karen quickly stepped forward, stretched out her arms to protect Zero behind her, and defended herself. Shut up, the old voice shouted, and then said, Who's the one called Shan? It's me. Shan Yao quickly stood at attention and responded. Go and take off Zero's mask, the old voice ordered. After hesitating for a moment, the fear of Kyoto and curiosity about Zero's face suppressed the fragile trust in Zero. He walked to Zero and said, Sorry, Zero, I also want to believe in you, so let us believe in you. However, after Shan Yao took off Zero's mask, CC's face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Woman, woman, Yu Qing said in disbelief. How can it be? Shan Yao also said in disbelief. No, this woman is not Zero. I've seen Zero with this person, Karen quickly said. The woman over there, is she real? The old voice asked. Yes, CC responded casually. You're not Japanese, right? The old voice continued to ask. Yes, the representative from Kyoto, Yasuzo Negahara. CC turned around and said mockingly to the old voice behind the nunnery that didn't reveal its true appearance. As soon as CC said this, the bodyguards around Yasuzo Negahara immediately took out their guns and aimed at them, ready to kill the person who knows the real name of the representative. Yu Qing immediately panicked and shouted loudly, I have nothing to do with this. This kind of demarcation line was drawn. At this time, the four Nightmare on standby suddenly changed. One of them suddenly raised its hand and destroyed the weapon of the Nightmare beside it, and shot down the weapons of the two Nightmare on the opposite side, then quickly rushed to the nunnery and raised its gun to aim at the man sitting inside. Then the sound of exhaust was heard, and the real Zero stood up from the cockpit and walked out with the button to control the weapon offline. Too gentle and too pedantic, that's why you can't win. Zero jumped off the Nightmare and walked toward Yasuzo Negahara while continuing, Yasuzo Negahara, a man who rose to power through the cherry stone mining industry. As the founder of the mining industry, Suzaku Negahara was the secret backer of the Suzaku regime. But after the defeat, he immediately changed his identity and became an active supporter of the colonial ruler, known as the traitor Negahara. But in fact, he's an important person of Kyoto's 6 families who manage the resistance organization in the country. On the surface, he's obedient, but behind the scenes, he's really something. As you said, I'm not Japanese. Zero stood in front of the nunnery and said, If you're not Japanese, why are you fighting? What do you want? Yasuzo Negahara questioned. The destruction of Britannia, Zero said. Is it possible to do such a thing? Yasuzo Negahara continued to question. Yes, Zero said affirmatively. As for why, it's because I have a reason to do so. Then Zero raised his hand and took off his helmet, revealing his face to Yasuzo Negahara and said, It's great that the target is you. Long time no see, Mr. Negahara. It's you, the one who was left behind as a hostage 8 years ago. Yasuzo Negahara was shocked. Then the two talked for a moment, and then Yasuzo Negahara said to Yamamoto and the others, Yamamoto, this person is undoubtedly an enemy of Britannia. I also understand the reason why he doesn't want people to see his face, I promise. Don't worry and follow Zero, we'll also help you in hiding information and finding a stronghold. Thank you very much, Mr. Negahara. Zero said. Do you want to go the Azura Road? Yasuzo Negahara lifted the visor in front of him and asked Luluxiu. If that's my fate, Luluxiu put on his helmet again and said as Zero. Now it's time for us to talk. Former Chinese Federation, now Britannia, Seito. After dealing with Luluxiu's matter, Yasuzo Negahara's eyes fell on Seito, who hadn't spoken until now. Chapter 259. Why did you fight against Britannia, provide the Black Knights with the Red Lotus to Mecca, and come here to see me? Kirihara Taisen questioned. The me he was referring to was the representative of Kyoto. In an instant, Kirihara Taisen asked the question in the hearts of Karen and the Black Knights. If Seito could not answer it well, the good relationship he had built with the Black Knights over the past few days would be cracked, which would affect future cooperation. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, Zero was in charge of the Black Knights. As long as Zero still needed the Red Lotus too, he would not be afraid even if he had to completely break with the Black Knight. As you said, I'm a former member of the Chinese Federation. What's wrong with fighting against Britannia from the standpoint of the Chinese Federation? Seito shrugged casually and said, as for providing the Mecca to the Black Knights, it's a complete misunderstanding of the cause and effect of the two. I'm not providing the Mecca to the Black Knights, but I'm providing the Mecca to Karen, or Karen is testing the Mecca for me. The reason why I want to see you in the end is because I need to see you for something. It seems that I'm too full of myself. Kirihara Taisen first mocked himself about the relationship between the Black Knights, Karen, and the Red Lotus too, and then said, but from your words, I didn't hear the real reason why you fought against Britannia, but I'll still give you a chance. Tell me why you want to see me. That's a more personal matter. I don't want others to be present. Seito's gaze fell on the Black Knights and said, okay. Kirihara Taisen agreed and turned his gaze to the Black Knights. Then I'll take my leave first, Zero said afterward. Then, she left the room under the guidance of a bodyguard in black. Okay, the irrelevant people have left. You can speak now, Kirihara Taisen said after Zero and the others left. Seito, who also sensed the departure of Zero and the others, slightly curled the corner of his mouth into a sneer. He suddenly dashed out and rushed to the front of the nunnery where Kirihara Taisen was sitting before the bodyguards reacted. He quickly killed the two bodyguards guarding the nunnery. Then, he took the gun he snatched from the bodyguard and pressed it against Kirihara Taisen's forehead, laughing silently. You! Kirihara Taizo glared at Seito in shock and anger. This was the second time he had been threatened with a gun today. The first time was because the other party had somehow managed to snatch a nightmare. Even if he couldn't figure out the reason, he had to accept it. After all, humans couldn't fight against nightmare. But the second time, he was broken through from the front under the protection of his bodyguards. This made Kirihara Taisen, who had always been confident in his safety, feel like he was slapped in the face. Tell those toys to leave. Seito pushed his gun forward. Kirihara Taisen was forced to tilt his head back as he gave the order. "Milord!" The voices of the three bodyguards sitting in the nightmare immediately came out from the loudspeaker, shouting, "All of you leave." Kirihara Taisen was indeed an old man who had lived for many years. After the initial shock, he quickly adjusted his mentality and ordered in a calm voice, "Yes." The three bodyguards answered reluctantly. Then, they drove the nightmare out of the room. "You're smart." After waiting for the three nightmare to leave, Ito-sei used his spiritual power to confirm that there was no one in the room. After that, he withdrew his hand from Kirihara Taisen's forehead and said with a smile, "I'm old, and I'm not as hot-blooded as young people. My years of life experience have taught me that it's better to be obedient in the face of power." Kirihara Taisen said calmly, "Now, tell me what you're here for." "I'm here for," Seito said as he looked at Kirihara Taisen. Two silver-white lights flashed in his eyes as he stared at Kirihara Taisen. It shot into the eyes of Kirihara Taisen, who was also looking at Ito-sei. The powerful spiritual power instantly broke through Kirihara Taisen's spiritual barrier, which was gradually weakening as he aged, and pierced into his mind. Seito murmured an order and wrote it into Kirihara Taisen's subconscious. After a while, Seito withdrew his spiritual power and quietly looked at Kirihara Taisen, whose eyes were gradually recovering. Kirihara Taisen suddenly bowed and said, "My lord, take me to the cherry stone mine," Ito ordered. "Yes, my lord," Kirihara Taisen replied respectfully and then stood up. Leaning on his cane, he dragged his old body and led Ito to the cherry stone mine. After a while, the two came to Mount Fuji, which was covered by a huge steel shell, and took the elevator to the mine's operation area. "My lord, we're here," Kirihara Taisen said respectfully after the elevator vibrated. Then, he stepped forward and led Ito behind him into the almost automatic excavation site. "How much ore can be produced here in a day, how much cherry stone raw material can be made, and how much should be handed over to Britannia every day? Tell me all about it," Ito ordered. "Yes, my lord," Kirihara Taisen replied and then said, "Excluding the cooling time of the machine, according to the 18 hours of operation, we can produce about 3,000 tons of ore a day, and about 2,300 tons of cherry stone embryos can be polished. 60% of it must be handed over to Britannia, 35% for international trade, and a large part of the 35% will be bought by Britannia at a price much lower than the market price. So, the cherry stone embryos that can be kept in our hands in the end are only about 5% of the total, and this is including the part that is secretly purchased from the international market. Sure enough, the victors have a lot of benefit." Ito listened to Kirihara Taisen's explanation and sighed. But then he remembered that his country was also a victor's in his previous life, so why didn't he see any benefits from other countries? How many cherry stones do the 6 families of Kyoto have in stock? I mean the ones that really belong to you. How many cherry stones can you control? Ito asked again. "After all these years of accumulation, as far as I know, the total is about 6,000 tons, and the Kirihara family only owns about 800 tons. Kirihara said, "That's not right. According to your annual 5% of supply, the difference is too big." Ito frowned. "My lord, those are just the embryos," Kirihara Taisen explained with a bitter smile. "Every year, about 5% of the cherry stones from the embryos to the finished products are damaged. Although they are purchased secretly, it doesn't make much of a difference to Britannia. In order to reduce the traces, 70% to 80% of the cherry stones are used openly. The remaining 20% of the cherry stones are used to fund the resistance forces in Japan. In the end, it's already a lot." Ito nodded understandingly. Then he said to Kirihara Taisen beside him, "Wait for me here." Then he walked to the exposed mine wall in front of him and placed his hand on the surface of the wall. He used his mind to order the Rubik's Cube to absorb the cherry stones. The next moment, from where Ito's hand was pressed, a circular concave surface gradually appeared on the wall. Ito could see rough ores of different sizes shining with pink light. After they were completely separated from the wall, they were absorbed into the Rubik's Cube world. After the cherry stones entered the Rubik's Cube world and were melted by the Rubik's Cube and injected into the land below, a layer of fog exuding a faint pink fluorescence emerged from the layer of soil that was injected by the cherry stones. Then, under the land that was constantly injected with cherry stone energy, some pink particles that were invisible to the naked eye appeared in the soil layer. They were buried in the soil like sand. Then, the green weeds on the surface of the soil grew at the speed of meat. In just a moment, they grew from the height of a bundle to the height of an adult's calf. They were green and very crisp. It seems that the cherry stone energy in this world can not only be used as a power source, but also as a fertilizer if used properly. It's good to use it to grow some plants. After seeing the changes in the soil, Ito quickly collected the cherry stones. He was afraid that the plants grown by the cherry stone energy would have some effect on the human body, so he planned out the land that had been injected with the energy and then threw all the cherry stones he collected into it. After that, he used his mind to control the Rubik's Cube to select a few rabbits, pheasants, and other animals from the other areas and transferred them to the cherry stone land. He wanted to see the effect of the cherry stone energy on the animals. After a while, he created a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of a few dozen meters in front of him. He stopped and returned to Kirihara-tai-san, who was stunned by Seito's method. He patted his shoulder to wake him up and ordered, "Tomorrow, transfer the cherry stones in your hands in batches and inform me to collect them." "Yes, sir." If Kirihara-tai-san, who was hypnotized by Seito, treated Seito with respect, then his current attitude was reverence. His body and words were full of reverence. "Ask someone to send me away." Seito did not care about the change in Kirihara-tai-san's attitude. He only ordered, "Yes, sir." Kirihara-tai-san responded and brought Seito out of the cherry stone mine. He personally escorted him out of his hiding place and watched as Seito drove away in his car. As soon as Seito returned home, he received a call from Mireille. Mireille informed him in a solemn tone that he should attend Shirley's father's funeral at the cemetery in the suburbs the next morning. Perhaps the heavens were also grieving for Shirley, but a light rain began to fall from the sky that night. The pitter-patter of the rain continued to wash away the filth beneath the dark clouds. Chapter 260. In the graveyard, Shirley could no longer suppress her grief. She knelt down in front of the grave that was being filled with soil and sobbed. Behind her, Seito and the others, who were also members of the student council, stood there silently and looked at Shirley with concern. Only Leluxia lowered his head with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the grave was completely filled, and a trapezoidal tombstone filled with English names was placed in front of the grave. After a moment of silence, the relatives and friends of Shirley's father left the graveyard with Shirley's mother. Only Shirley and the other members of the student council remained. I'm sorry, Shirley," Karen, who had been hesitating all this time, suddenly said. "Don't be like that. Why are you apologizing?" Shirley wanted to smile at Karen, but she couldn't bring herself to smile. She could only force a smile. Karen choked at the question and didn't know how to answer. She could only turn her head to the side to avoid Shirley's gaze. "I also want to say sorry," LeVar hurriedly said after Karen apologized. Shirley was stunned again. She then heard Livier continue, "Well, when I was watching the TV during the hotel hijacking incident, I felt that the Black Knights were a little bit cool. The news reports were also a little biased towards them. I also wrote something about Narita's incident on the comments section and said that he was very powerful. Anyway, I'm sorry." After saying that, LeVar immediately bowed 90 degrees. "Nothing like that. It's fine." When the kind-hearted Shirley saw that her classmate was feeling guilty because of her, she hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her. "I'm also sorry about Narita's incident." But before Shirley could finish, Miley had already reached out and placed her hand on Shirley's shoulder, making her face her. She said worriedly, "Don't say any more. I'm actually more worried about you. Have you cried properly? If you endure it now, it will be even more painful later." "It's okay now. I've cried enough," Shirley lowered her head and said in a trembling voice. "Too despicable, Black Knights," Vermilion Bird suddenly said in an angry voice. "Zero's method is too despicable. He didn't make any preparations and only wanted to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to win by claiming to be the judge. That won't change anything. It's meaningless to get the wrong result from the wrong process." At this moment, Seito, who had been quietly standing at the side, suddenly moved and fiercely punched Blackwood Vermilion Bird's face. He was sent flying. "Seito!" Everyone in the student council exclaimed. "Pay attention to the situation. This is not the place for you to express your opinions and vent your anger," Seito said indifferently as he looked at Blackwood Vermilion Bird, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Then he turned around and apologized to the other members of the student union. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Well, well. Millie laughed dryly, then said to Shirley, we should go back. Xiali is waiting for you in the student council's activity room as usual. So, Shirley nodded, her heart filled with warmth. All right, let's go, Millie said to everyone. Only Shirley and Lelouch, who had not spoken since they arrived at the cemetery, were left alone. On the way back, after everyone separated, Seito said to Karen, who was walking silently beside him, "What's wrong? Do you feel sorry for Shirley? Or are you confused about what you're doing now because of Blackwood Vermilion Bird's words?" Karen was silent for a moment before she said, "I think this is for justice. I think this is the right thing to do, so I've been fighting until now, so I killed people. But really, can what we do really change the world?" Towards the end, Karen's emotions had become agitated. She grabbed Seito's arm with one hand and questioned Seito loudly. "You've really been brainwashed by Zero's ideology." Seito sighed helplessly, then said to Karen with a serious expression, "You have to remember, there is never justice or evil in war. No matter what kind of coat it is on the outside, or what caused it. But as long as it's war, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. And whether you can change the world or not doesn't depend on the victory of the war. You have to know that the premise of change is people. Only those who stand in the position of the victor are likely to become reformers who change the world. And you are now walking on the road to victory, a road full of blood and thorns. If you can't even win, what hope do you have to become a reformer? How do you know that the world can't be changed? So in the final analysis, do you want to change the world or not? The only ones who can change the world will always be yourself and the comrades who embark on this road with you. Is that so? Is that so? Karen muttered to herself with complicated feelings. Think about why you asked me for the body in the first place. Maybe you'll get the answer you want. Seito reached out and patted Karen's hand that was grabbing his arm. He gently opened it and said as he walked forward. After a while, Karen, who fell behind Seito, had a determined expression. She quickly walked up to Seito and said, "Thank you, I understand. It's nothing. Even without me, Zero will enlighten you, the ace pilot. For him and the Black Knights, your existence is indispensable." Seito smiled. "Is that so?" Karen looked at Seito beside her in confusion. "Believe me, absolutely. Why don't we make a bet?" Seito stopped and smiled at Karen beside him. "What bet?" Karen also stopped and asked. "Will Zero comfort you the next time we gather?" Seito said with a smile, "If Zero comforts you, then I win. You will be mine from then on. If Zero doesn't comfort you, then you win. You can let me do one thing for you. Of course, the premise is that it is within my ability. I say, you still haven't given up on that inexplicable thought?" Karen sighed helplessly after hearing the bet. "Not to mention your identity as an ace pilot, I can't give up on your beauty." Seito stretched out his right hand, put his index finger on Karen's chin, and raised her head as he teased. "Boring." Karen raised her hand and slapped Seito's right hand away. She then turned her head and walked home with a flushed face. Itomori smiled faintly and followed him step by step. At noon, the two had lunch separately and gathered near the laboratory at the agreed time. Then, Seito, who had an identity card, led Karen into the laboratory, retrieved the renovated Red Lotus II, and went to the new secret base near Hingbin. Shortly after they arrived, Zero, the leader of the Black Knights, came to the secret base. After that, they discussed the matter of the Nippon Liberation Front fleeing overseas. Although Shan Yao subconsciously wanted to assist the Nippon Liberation Front made up of pure Japanese, under Zero's reminder, she remembered that she was a member of the Black Knights. In the end, Shan Yao, who recognized her position, agreed to Zero's plan and decided to attack Cornelia's troops at night. Next was the preparation time for the Black Knights. All kinds of arrangements were carried out in an orderly manner under Zero's plan. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Although Karen seemed to have been enlightened by Sei-to during the day and reaffirmed her beliefs, she still wanted to hear the answers to some questions from Zero's mouth. Therefore, as one of the few members of the Black Knights who had nothing to do, Karen got up and found Zero in another warehouse. It seems that I won. After a while, Sei-to, with his hands on his chest and his back leaning against the wall of the warehouse, said to Karen, who had just walked out of the warehouse where Zero was. "Phew, you scared me." Karen, who was startled by the sudden voice, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing who the speaker was. She then snapped, "So what? I didn't agree to your bet." After that, Karen went straight back to the Red Lotus 2 Styles and stayed there. After a long while, the appointed time arrived. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the port not far from the warehouse. A huge white water column more than 10 meters high suddenly appeared in the air, and then quickly fell down, stirring up a noisy hua-hua sound. However, unlike what Zero had said in advance, the Black Knights didn't immediately attack after Cornelia launched her attack. Instead, they coldly watched as Cornelia's troops carried out a clean-up operation on the Japanese Liberation Front, using the excuse that they weren't prepared and would be suppressed if they rashly attacked. In order to reduce the possibility of being exposed during the escape, the ships the Nippon Liberation Front took were not equipped with any weapon systems except for armed soldiers and a ship full of liquid cherry stones. Therefore, under the attack of Cornelia's troops, they quickly gave up resistance and surrendered. It was just that Cornelia showed no signs of agreeing at all and continued to attack. She also sent the Nightmare troops to board the fleeing ships of the Nippon Liberation Front. Just as the last Nightmare stepped onto the ship, a dazzling pink light suddenly lit up from the bottom of the sea. Then, it expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dazzling ball of light that was as huge as the sun. It swallowed the escaping ship and the Nightmare on it. The shockwave caused by the violent explosion created a strong hurricane on the surface of the sea. The strong gale blew away the Nightmare who was standing near the port. At the same time, the seawater continued to surge towards the port under the strong gale. Chapter 261. As expected of the Nippon Liberation Front, they even lured the Brittany runners up there for self-determination. At this time, Zero's hypocritical sigh was heard from the communicator. She then ordered, "Let's break into Cornelia's formation now. Don't worry about anything else. Let's prioritize the result. If you don't want the Nippon Liberation Front to bleed in vain, capture Cornelia, obtain victory for our army, and show our strength." As soon as Zero's voice fell, the members of the Black Knights, who had been hiding in the designated position, immediately launched an attack on Cornelia's unprepared troops. The sudden attack caught Cornelia and the others off guard, causing them to lose several subordinate. At the same time, Red Lotus 2 and Zero, who had been hiding in the ship docked at the port, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They rushed straight for Cornelia's mech that was in the middle of activating. Under the pincer attack of the two, Cornelia was forced into a desperate situation. Just as Rondo raised his gun and was about to shoot, a human figure emitting a yellow light appeared on Rondo's life detection radar. Then, on Rondo's image determination screen, Shirley's image appeared on it. While Zero was still in shock from Shirley's sudden appearance, Blackwood Suzaku suddenly appeared in the middle of the field with her Lancelot. She then kneed Ronan's head like a human and sent him flying, leaving a trail of sparks behind him as he landed on the ground. "Zero, you can't change anything." Suzaku's voice came from Lancelot's external loudspeaker. "Blindly pursuing results, do you understand the pain of others?" Lancelot, driven by Suzaku, was like an angry human, violently beating up the half-crippled Rondo. A moment later, Rondo's remaining arm was deformed and fell under Lancelot's fist. "Why do you have to stop me?" Zero asked angrily from Rondo's loudspeaker. "Why do you want people to bleed for no reason?" Suzaku asked back. Because there are people like you, Zero said. It's all because of you, Coffinwood Vermilion Bird said. Then, Zero used the steel lock that was ejected from Ronin's chest to move away from the battle. However, Zero was interrupted by Lancelot's quick reaction. She was forced to fall to the ground in midair, and the cockpit was ejected due to the friction. It crashed straight into the wall of the warehouse. Just as Vermilion Bird was about to pilot Lancelot to capture Zero, Karen operated the second style of the Crimson Lotus to break away from Cornelia's control. She rushed towards Lancelot and engaged in a fierce battle with him at the top of the warehouse. At this moment, Shirley had been hiding among the warehouses this entire time, and she had witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. She made her way over to the unconscious Zero, and she clasped her hands in front of her chest as she looked at Zero with both fear and anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, just as Shirley was about to step forward, she felt something beside her feet. Immediately after, a gun appeared before her eyes. She leaned over and picked up the gun with trembling hands. She raised the gun and aimed at the unconscious Zero. Is that Zero? Shirley muttered to herself while trembling. If that's the case, my father's, suddenly. Zero, who had been unconscious all this time, let out a painful groan. Shirley, who was in the middle of explaining herself, accumulating hatred, and gathering courage to pull the trigger, woke up with a start. Then, the upper half of Leluxia's face, which Shirley was very familiar with, was revealed from Zero's helmet, which was half detached due to the impact. He really is Zero. At this moment, a brown-skinned woman walked out of the shadows. Her legs were wrapped in long black stockings, a short skirt, and a red Britannia-patterned sleeveless top. Her long grayish-blue hair was tied up on the upper right side of her head, and the middle part of her hair was tied with a red ribbon, making it hang down naturally like a whip. She looked at the unconscious Leluxiu and said, "It's you." Shirley quickly raised her gun and aimed at the person who spoke. She said in shock, "He really is a Britannia and he's still alive. As long as I hand him over to Her Highness Cornelia, my reputation and status will all belong to me. At that time I will become a noble, not a knight or marquis, but a true noble," the person said in a low voice with excitement. Then, she turned to Shirley and said, "When the time comes, I will mention your name in front of Her Highness Cornelia. I believe that capturing Zero is enough for you to receive great glory and help your family." Assistant, Shirley shouted in fear. "I won't let you take Leluxiu away. HM? Is that your man? I was too careless." The person frowned and said, "Anyway, I won't let you take Leluxiu away." Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still shouted in a firm tone, "It seems that there's no other way." The person sighed and suddenly charged at Shirley. Shirley, who was already agitated and nervous, instinctively pulled the trigger when the person charged at her. The bullet shot out from the muzzle and pierced through the person's abdomen and arm. The intense pain and the threat of losing her life forced her to give up on capturing Zero. She helplessly retreated. "Leluxiu, why are you Zero?" After the person left, Shirley stood on the spot and cried to the unconscious Leluxiu. After a long while, she wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and left with the gun in her hand without looking back. Seito, who had witnessed everything, walked out from the shadows and looked at Shirley's back. "She's too kind. Shirley." Then, he turned his gaze and chased after the person who had been injured by Shirley. Soon, Itsunari found a woman who had fainted due to excessive blood loss in the corner of a warehouse. He reached out and quickly pressed a few points on her body to stop the bleeding. Then, he waved his arm and put her into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he left the battlefield and returned home. When he reached home, Seito waved his hand and released the woman from the battlefield. "Is this Valletta?" Seito looked at the unconscious woman in front of him and muttered to himself. Then, he took off Valletta's clothes and exposed her wounds. Then, He placed his hands on each of her wounds and activated the body refining technique he had learned in the steel world. Instantly, 2 blue and white electric arcs appeared on Seito's palms. Valletta's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, 2 deformed bullets were pushed out of the healed muscles. After a while, Valletta's body was completely healed. Not a single scar was left on her body. Then, Seito bent down and carried Valletta in his arms. He got up and walked to the bedroom upstairs. After arriving at the bedroom, he placed her on the bed and helped her take off her stockings and shoes before covering her with the blanket. Then, he turned around and walked to another room to rest. The rest of the night passed peacefully. Beep beep. At noon the next day, Seito's phone rang while he was sunbathing on the balcony. He looked at the name on the screen and pressed the answer button. "Why are you calling me, Cornelia?" "I have a favor to ask of you," Cornelia said in a pleading tone. "This is not like you, Cornelia." Seito was surprised. "Tell me, what happened to our goddess of war, Cornelia?" "I want you to be Yufu's knight," Cornelia said sincerely. "Knight? Are you kidding me? Isn't that a title that only pure Britannians can hold? Not to mention, it's a knight of the royal family. Are you sure you're not joking?" Seito asked as if he heard a joke. "I know, but there's no rule that says a non-Britannian can't be a knight of the royal family," Cornelia said. "Is that so? However, I am very curious. What made you, a person who is close to the pureblood sect, choose me, a guy of unknown origin, to be your dearest sister's mount?" Ito-sei asked curiously. "It's because of the Black Knight," Cornelia said in a deep voice. "From Narita and the recent Yokohama incident, I found out that Zero's target is not the Britannian army, but the royal family of Britannia. So, for Yufu's safety, I want you to be her knight and protect her. Because of all the suitable candidates I can think of, only you have the strength to ensure Yufu's safety under any circumstances." "Thank you for your compliment, but I'm just a passerby. I'm not interested in the so-called knight title. But since you've helped me so much, I'll ensure Yufu's safety to a certain extent." Seito paused for a moment before continuing. "Tell Yufu to come to me later." "Okay," Cornelia said helplessly. Although she really wanted Seito to be Yufu's knight and protect her, it was a pity that Seito wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't care about his own power and status, so it was impossible for her to win him over with orders, honor, and status like other people. But on the other hand, if he was an ordinary person, Cornelia wouldn't take the initiative to beg him. But fortunately, Seito promised to ensure Yufu's safety to a certain extent, which made Cornelia feel relieved. What's more, Seito even asked Yufu to come over. Although she didn't know why, she thought it was a good thing. On the other side, after Seito hung up the phone, he was about to return to the house to prepare something for Yufu. But just as Seito stepped into the house, he saw a naked Valletta walking down the stairs in a daze, looking around the house in confusion. Chapter 262. You're awake. Ito-sei continued to walk into the house, and said to Valletta, who was still in a daze. "Ah!" The sudden voice attracted Valletta's attention. When she realized it was a stranger, she immediately remembered her current condition and screamed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and squatted down. How could she lose her memory like this? She only had a gunshot wound on her abdomen and arm. She didn't hit her head. Other than losing a lot of blood, she didn't even have a fever. What made her lose her memory? Seito frowned when he saw Valletta's reaction. He waved his hand and took out a blanket and handed it to Valletta, who was squatting on the ground. "Put it on." "Thank you." Valletta covered her chest with one hand and took the blanket from Seito with the other. She thanked him softly. She wrapped the blanket around her body and stood up carefully. She then asked, "Where is this?" "This is my house." Seito walked to the table and poured a glass of water. Who are you? And who am I? Valletta asked curiously. My name is Itose, and you are Valletta. Itose walked up to Valletta with a glass of water in his hand and handed it to her. Thank you. Valletta held the blanket tightly with one hand and took the glass of water with the other. She then muttered to herself, Am I Valletta? Yes. Seito walked to the sofa and sat down. Then why am I here? And why do I look like this? Valletta looked at Seito curiously. I picked you up. When I picked you up, you were injured. In order to treat the wounds on your body, I took off your clothes. Itose shrugged indifferently and explained casually. Is that so? Valletta looked at Seito suspiciously as if Seito was a heartless man who slept with her and refused to admit it. It's true, Seito said helplessly. He knew why Valletta would stare at him like that. It was all because of the treatment. If it was a normal treatment, there would definitely be wounds, bandages, and pain. But Valletta didn't have any of these. If she didn't lose her memory, she would have believed that Seito had slept with her. Oh. Valletta blushed and replied in a low voice. You can go up first. I will get you a set of clothes. Seito looked at Valletta's reaction. He could only say that. Okay, Valletta answered obediently and turned to walk upstairs. Ai. Seito sighed and took out a beige dress and underwear from the Rubik's Cube. He got up and went to Valletta's room on the second floor. He threw the things in his hand on the bed and said, Change into this. He paused for a second and continued, If you are hungry, you can go to the kitchen. There is still some leftover food. Make do with it for now. I will cook a big meal for you tonight. I understand. Valletta replied. Okay. I have something to do now. I will be in the room next door. Don't disturb me if there is nothing important. Seito said again. Okay. Valletta nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Itose didn't say any more nonsense. He walked out of the room and entered the room next door. The only danger Euphemia faced was when she was controlled by Lulu's guests during the Special Zone's establishment. She massacred ordinary people and was shot to death. Based on my close observation of CC and how the collective will of the world was affected during Narita's battle, I can tell that the guess was based on this world's collective will. That's why it would be rather troublesome to block the guess from the natives of this world. I can only rely on physical defense. As long as I have a chance, I can rush into the battlefield and save Euphemia. Seito sat cross-legged on the ground. He crossed his arms and clenched his fists. He covered his mouth with his thumb and index finger as he pondered. The choice now is whether to give her a black robe that only strengthens her defense or give her a few special barrier stones that she can carry around with her. I have decided. Barrier stones it is. Seito made his decision almost instantly. When the special zone was established, Euphemia was already the governor. She can't wear the strange black clothes to the ceremony. In that situation, only the boundary stone would meet the requirement. The only trouble was to create a medium that could automatically activate the boundary stone when it sensed that Euphemia was being attacked. It seems that this is the only way. After thinking about it, Seito waved his hand and summoned a few crystal stones the size of a knuckle in front of him. He reached out and grabbed 3 of them in front of him. He used his powerful mental power to carve the insides of the crystal stones. Crystal stones, jade, gold, and other materials are relatively easy to circulate energy. Moreover, there was also a weak energy in its body, so Itose's spiritual power easily engraved several layers of defensive enchantments inside it. After engraving the barriers, Seito waved his hand again and summoned a drop of mercury the size of a pearl and a dozen small pearls the size of soybeans. He used alchemy to make the mercury into a tough, thin line and used his mental power to carve several strange veins on it. Then he took the small pearls and the 3 crystal stones with the barriers engraved on them. He made a transparent tunnel on each of them and connected them with the thin line made of mercury. He then used his mental power to connect the veins on the mercury with the barriers in the crystal stones. A pearl necklace with special functions was made. But this was not enough. Seito then engraved different defensive barriers inside the other crystal stones. He either used gold to make earrings or platinum to make bracelets. He created a set of defensive equipment for Euphemia. Finally, the medium. Seito muttered in his mind. He waved his hand and summoned a pile of fine cherry stones. He used alchemy to melt platinum and wrapped the fine cherry stones into a four-leaf clover-shaped ring. He then tapped on a protruding cherry stone that looked like a ruby. A wisp of soul energy flowed out of Seito's finger into the protruding cherry stone and made it look even more beautiful. Done. Seito looked at the ring in his hand and exhaled. He then took a crystal pearl necklace, a pair of crystal earrings, a pair of platinum bracelets, and the ruby ring that was disguised as a cherry stone and walked out of the room. "You're out." At this moment, Valletta, who was wearing a beige dress, walked barefoot on the carpet and called out to Ito Seiji. "How long have I been in there?" Seito looked at Valletta and asked casually. "More than an hour," Valletta said. "Is anyone looking for me?" Seito walked down the stairs and asked Valletta. "No." Valletta shook her head. "Oh right. What are you doing?" Seito nodded and asked curiously. "I'm a little bored, so I'm walking around the room to familiarize myself with the environment." Valletta said embarrassedly. It's good to familiarize yourself with the environment. I wonder when you will regain your memory." Seito and Valletta walked down the stairs to the living room on the first floor. "If you're bored, you can watch TV or surf the internet. You can also go out for a walk. This is a wealthy district, so the security here is pretty good. You don't have to worry about any trouble. I'll prepare a set of car and door keys for you later." "Yes." Valletta's face was red as she replied happily. She must have thought of the keys as something else. The two chatted casually in the living room for a while. When the hour hand of the clock pointed to 3 and the minute hand pointed to 7, the doorbell suddenly rang. "I'll go upstairs first." Valletta got up and said when the doorbell rang. "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. After Valletta disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Ito-sei got up and walked to the door and opened it. Cornelia, Euphemia, Guilford, and Seito's old acquaintance, Martyr, appeared at the door. "Even you are here. That's surprising." Seito stepped aside and let the four of them in. He said as he closed the door. "For Euphemia's safety, I had to escort her here personally." Cornelia looked at Euphemia gently and said. At this moment, the few of them arrived at the sofa in the living room. Cornelia pulled Euphemia's hand and sat down without a word, while Guilford stood behind the sofa to guard them. As for Mard, who was the most familiar with the layout of the room, he tactfully walked to the side and poured tea for the few of them. "You're such a good sister." Seito sat opposite Cornelia and Euphemia. He crossed his left leg over his right leg and rested his right elbow on the armrest. He put his palm on his face and said with a smile, "I've prepared everything, but there's one thing I want to make clear. As long as you bring these things with you, you can't take them off whether you're taking a bath, sleeping, going out, or working. Can you do that?" The last sentence was said to Euphemia. "Is it true that I won't be in danger as long as I bring those things with me?" Euphemia asked curiously. "Of course, danger will still happen. It's just that you'll have time to protect yourself and wait for rescue. So don't think that you can go to dangerous places without any worries just because you bring those things with you, especially places like the battlefield. You have to know that even those things have an energy limit. If they break through your defense before rescue arrives, you can't blame anyone for that," Seito explained with a smile. Euphemia nodded and said firmly, "For sister's peace of mind, I promise you." Chapter 263. That's good. Seito nodded. He got up from the sofa, turned around, and walked up to the second floor. He took out all the jewelry and a large square box from the jewelry room, placed all the jewelry neatly in the box, and closed it. Then, he carried the box back to Cornelia and the others. Take a look. I put in a lot of effort to make this. I hope you like it. Seito placed the box in his hand on the small table in the middle and sat back on the sofa with a smile. Euphemia was stunned by Seito's words. She reached out curiously and opened the lid of the box. In an instant, a set of jewelry sparkling under the light appeared in front of Cornelia, Euphemia, and the others. Everyone who was full of anticipation was stunned. They looked at Seito, who was sitting on the sofa in confusion. Put it on. Seito did not explain, and just smiled at Euphemia. Oh. Euphemia nodded obediently. She reached out to pick up the necklace in the box and lowered her head to put it on. Not bad. It seems to suit you very well, Seito said as he looked at Euphemia, who looked even more beautiful with the crystal pearl necklace on her. Thank you for the compliment. Euphemia smiled reservedly. Then, she reached out to take a pair of bracelets from the box and put them on her hands and bowls. Then, she hesitantly picked up the earrings in the box and looked at Seito. Well, I don't think I have pierced ears, it's okay. You can just make one now. It's not troublesome anyway, Seito said casually. Ah. Upon hearing that, Euphemia immediately looked at Seito in surprise and exclaimed subconsciously. Don't worry. It won't hurt. Seito stood up from the sofa and walked to Euphemia's side. He raised his hand and produced an embroidery needle. Before Euphemia could react, he pricked both of her earlobes. Then, he put away the embroidery needle and reached out to pinch Euphemia's earlobes. After a while, he let go and said, It's done. See, it doesn't hurt, right? Euphemia, whose face was a little flushed when Itose pinched her earlobe, immediately reached out to touch her earlobe in surprise. After carefully feeling the sensation from her fingertips, she carefully felt it. He was very surprised and praised Seito. You're amazing. I didn't feel any pain, and I didn't even bleed. That's amazing. All right. This little trick is nothing to be amazed at, Cornelia reminded when she saw Euphemia's expression. Euphemia stopped talking obediently, and raised her hand to put the earring on her earlobe. At this time, only the cherry stone ring was left in the box. Just as Euphemia was about to put the ring on, Seito said, This ring is the key to this set of jewelry. You need to drip a drop of blood from the tip of your middle finger on it before you wear it. Got it. Euphemia nodded seriously. She took the small needle from Seito and pricked the tip of her middle finger without hesitation. A small drop of blood immediately appeared on Euphemia's finger. Then, Euphemia put the small needle in her hand on the table and reached out to take the ring in the box. She dripped the blood from her middle finger on it. A weak but real red light lit up on the surface of the cherry stone. Then, the blood on the surface of the ring melted into the surface of the cherry stone at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a world where others could not see, it intertwined with the soul power inside the cherry stone, forming a dark red ball that stayed in the cherry stone. A few seconds later, the red light on the ring completely disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. At this time, Cornelia and the others who saw the abnormal changes in the ring all had a change in expression. There was no longer a trace of doubt in their eyes. Euphemia solemnly put the ring on her left middle finger. The moment the ring was fixed, a transparent eggshell-like crystal appeared around Euphemia's body and enveloped her inside. After about a second, it disappeared along with the red light of the ring. What kind of defense can this achieve? After a moment, Cornelia, who recovered from this magical change, looked at Seito with a serious expression and asked, I don't know, I haven't tested it, but basic bullets should be fine. Light machine guns should be able to block it. As for Nightmare, I'm sorry, I haven't tested it. Seito said helplessly. It's enough. After hearing Seito's answer, Cornelia sighed. she said with a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Seito. Euphemia also stood up and thanked him solemnly. It's nothing. If you want to thank someone, thank your sister. Without her, I wouldn't have bothered to make these things for you. Seito pointed at Cornelia and smiled. Thank you, sister. Euphemia turned to Cornelia and thanked her. After that, Cornelia and the others stayed at Seito's place for a while and chatted happily. If it wasn't for Cornelia's busy work, they might have even had dinner together. Finally, when he got up and sent Cornelia and the others out, Seito reminded them again in a serious tone, You can't take this thing off. I understand, Mr. Seito. Euphemia also replied seriously. Then, he followed Cornelia into the car that had already started and quickly left Seito's luxurious residential area. Itose returned to the house and went straight to the kitchen. When he was about to prepare dinner, he found that Violetta was already there. She squatted in front of the refrigerator and looked at the few vegetables in it hesitantly, not knowing what to choose. Are you hungry? Seito walked to the refrigerator and took the vegetables out from behind Violetta's back. Phew! Violetta was startled by Seito's sudden question. She quickly turned around and looked at Seito. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, I heard the door open and saw they had left. It's getting late, so I wanted to make something for you. Thank you. Seito got up and was confused by Violetta's sudden affection. But he still thanked her. Have a good rest. I'll make dinner tonight, Itose said and walked to the kitchen counter. He took the knife on the counter and cut the vegetables in his hand. I feel much better. I can start now, Violetta quickly said. Really? If that's the case, you can keep the food to yourself. Seito sensed Violetta's insistence and said after glancing at the kitchen. Okay. Violetta replied happily. Seito looked at Violetta curiously and continued working. The two of them worked together, so their speed was much faster. In just a short while, 3 dishes were made. When the rice switch was switched off, there were already 4 to 5 dishes on the dining table. Violetta poured rice for herself and Seito in a traditional way. She sat on the chair and waited for Seito to take a seat. Let's eat. Seito looked at Violetta and said, Okay. Violetta agreed and started to eat with Seito. They were not familiar with each other and had nothing to talk about. So, the dinner was very quiet. It was like the ancient people who did not talk when eating and sleeping. Let's go out together. I can buy you some clothes to change into, Seito said to Violetta after they finished dinner and cleaned up the table. Seito then pretended to find a pair of white sandals for Violetta and left the house with a smile on her face. They walked to the nearby shopping mall. On the way, Violetta curiously observed the surrounding scenery and tried to familiarize herself with the nearby buildings. She looked like a young wife who had just moved in and was trying to familiarize herself with the surroundings with the company of her husband. It was very interesting. After a while, the two of them arrived at the brightly lit shopping mall. While Seito and Violetta were walking back with a bunch of bags in their hands, Seito felt a fluctuation similar to Narita Zank's energy fluctuation. It attracted his attention. Seito looked in the direction of the fluctuation and saw a thin man wearing Chinese Federation-style clothes. He was wearing a large wireless headset and a pair of large sunglasses. His long gray hair was tied into a short ponytail. 2 strands of fringe fell in front of his forehead. Seito saw that thin man walking away with a crazy smile on his face. That guy is Mao, right? He might be a good subject, Seito thought to himself after confirming who that person was. He then handed the bags and the house keys to Violetta and said, You go home first, I will be back soon. Okay. Violetta also noticed Itose's actions. She reached out her hand and took all the items. She replied understandingly. Be careful on the road, Itose said and then quickly chased in the direction of Mao Yuan. Seito kept a certain distance from Mao along the way. He didn't let Mao out of his sight, but he also didn't let himself appear in Mao's sight. He cleverly used the surrounding crowd to hide himself and followed Mao closely. As time went by, the crowd in Mao's direction became smaller and smaller until he was completely out of the crowd. Although Sei Ito speculated that the Gia's function in this world was based on the collective will of this world, he didn't have any evidence to prove his speculation. He didn't want to expose himself, so before he left the crowd, he gathered his psychic energy into a long line and followed Mao from a distance. He watched as Mao walked into an amusement park in the Tokyo concession. Chapter 264. After Mao entered the amusement park, Sei Ito quickly rushed to a building on the side of the street and jumped onto a building. After a few jumps, he arrived at the top of a high-rise building with a wide view and continued to monitor Mao's every move with his power of the will. More than an hour later, CC appeared in the amusement park. She was wearing brown high-bound boots, black tight trousers, a white pleated miniskirt, a dark brown close-fitting shirt, and a khaki-colored long-sleeved jacket with the Chinese Federation style. She was wearing a white round hat, and all her hair, except for the long hair on both sides of her temples, was tucked into the hat. As soon as CC arrived at the merry-go-round in the amusement park, the lights in the pitch-black amusement park suddenly lit up. The entertainment settings that had stopped working started up again. Cheerful music from the music box echoed throughout the entire amusement park. CC, you are so quiet. I can't understand your voice. You are indeed the best. On the spinning merry-go-round, Mao said to CC with a joyful expression. Mao, you are still the same, like a child. CC looked at Mao with a blank expression and said, I hope you can call me Prince Charming because I am here to pick you up. Are you happy, CC? Mao jumped off the merry-go-round and walked behind CC with a nervous smile. Mao, I told you a long time ago, you and I. CC turned around and looked at Mao. That is a lie, Mao said in a childlike tone as he walked to CC. CC, you like me the most. As Mao spoke, he took off the large earphones he had been wearing, and CC's voice kept coming out of it. No. CC heard the voice from the earphone and shouted with a painful expression. CC, I only want you. I don't care what Lelouch does as long as you are here. Mao walked quickly to CC and said emotionally, Stop. Just when Mao was about to touch CC, CC raised her arms and avoided Mao's hands. She pointed the gun in her right hand at Mao and said coldly, You should have done this from the beginning. But before CC could do anything, Mao pulled the trigger. Mao took out his pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet instantly pierced through CC's right arm. When CC fell to the ground from the impact of the bullet, he continued to say, As expected, CC didn't shoot me. CC likes me. Ah. Then, he clapped his hands in approval. No, I'm just using you, CC said quickly for some reason. What are you talking about? You can't lie. Mao looked at CC in surprise. Then, he said angrily. At the same time, he raised his gun and fired at the CC's limbs. After shooting through CC's limbs, he said gently, Don't worry, I know. I built a house in Australia, a white, beautiful, very peaceful home. But we have to fly to Australia and it takes too long to load you into the plane. That's why I'm going to turn you into a portable one. With this, it'll be done in an instant. Mao said with a distressed expression. He then walked to the toolbox next to the merry-go-round, picked up a chainsaw used for cutting trees, turned it on, and waved his hand to cut off the sign next to it. Is this a punishment for me? CC, who was lying on the ground, said with difficulty. No. Mao hurriedly denied. Then, he laughed crazily and said, It's a thank you. Just as Mao was about to walk in front of CC, the big screen suddenly lit up. The big screen on the side suddenly flashed, and the image of Lelouch, who was standing in front of the Tokyo Tower, appeared on it. He said, F***CK, in a place where other people's voices can't obstruct, the location is naturally limited. The effective range of your geas is 500 meters. You can't touch the Tokyo Tower. Indeed, but what are you going to do with this? Mao clapped his hands and praised. Then, he asked in confusion, spending so much effort to hack into the tower, you're really hard-working. Are you going to remotely control other toys to attack me? Or are you going to persuade me with your glib tongue? But the expected answer didn't appear. Luxu on the screen just kept silent. Then, Mao said impatiently, Hey, is it silence this time? If you want CC. I say, don't tell me you think CC is her real name, Luxu on the screen suddenly said. Instantly, Mao's confident expression changed. He looked at CC on the ground in disbelief. The latter turned her head to the side and answered silently. I know her real name, Luxu on the screen said. Is that so? CC, you didn't even tell me. Why did you tell that guy? Mao asked with a depressed expression. CC is mine, Mao. At this moment, Luxu gave the final blow. Mao, who was on the verge of collapse, suddenly exploded. Holding the chainsaw, he rushed to the big screen next to him and slashed it with all his might. He denied loudly, No, CC belongs to me a long time ago. Just as he destroyed the screen, a group of riot police appeared in the amusement park and aimed their guns at Mao in front of the screen. Mao couldn't believe it and was about to threaten them by revealing Zero's identity. The leader of the police, who was controlled by the geas, immediately gave the order to open fire. Dozens of bullets flew toward Mao in front of the screen amidst the jumping sparks, opening up countless wounds all over his body. Check the prisoner's condition and retreat, the leader of the police ordered. Then, a few policemen ran to Mao, who was lying on the ground, and reached out to check his pulse. Just when several policemen were about to carry Mao away, Ito-sei, who had been doing nothing, suddenly jumped down from the sky. He landed in the middle of Mao and several policemen and quickly turned around. After hitting several policemen around him, he picked up Mao on the ground and disappeared. After a while, Seito stopped on top of a roof. He threw Mao, who had fainted not long after being shot, on the ground and bent down to check on him. Did the Geass's explosion change the human body's function to code? It's strange that he didn't die from this kind of injury. Seito sighed after checking on Mao's condition. After a cursory check, he found several fatal injuries on Mao's body. For example, his spleen was shot through, the connecting muscles near his heart were shot through, his liver, stomach, and intestines were perforated to varying degrees, and there was a lot of internal bleeding. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died 10 times over. However, this guy only had a weak breath and didn't show any signs of dying. Forget it. I'll give you a simple treatment. I'll use you as material later. Next, I'll need you to provoke Lelouch's Geass to explode. It'll be a pity if you die. Seito said as he activated body refinement on Mao's body. He expelled the bullets from his body and healed the horrifying injuries. Of course, Seito didn't heal all of them. If it wasn't for the fact that Seito still had some value, Seito wouldn't even look at him, let alone save him. After a short while, Mao's injuries stabilized. Then, Seito flipped his hand and several silver needles appeared in his hand. According to the theory of meridians in Chinese medicine, he pierced them into Mao's neck, behind his ears, and other important acupuncture points to seal his sick senses. This was also known as knocking him out. Now, let me confirm what kind of game Geass is playing. After Seito pierced the last needle into Mao's Baihui acupuncture point, he looked at Mao's body and whispered to himself. Then, Seito closed his eyes and released his psychic power. He began to examine Mao's body from the fluctuations around him to the insides of his body. After a long while, Seito, who had his eyes closed, let out a long sigh. He raised his hand to massage his temples and fell into deep thought. The fluctuations themselves weren't anything special. It was just an instinctive release similar to bioelectricity. However, when the frequency of this bioelectricity release increased to a certain level, it could affect the body. At the very least, Mao's body was transformed by this bioelectricity. In other words, the so-called Geass's external appearance was a kind of bioelectric interaction between living creatures. It was just that the Geass's owner could actively control the release and influence of this bioelectric wave, while ordinary people couldn't. The so-called explosion was the aftereffect of the bioelectricity's continuous influence on the body. It transformed the soul energy, which was the core of one's life, to not have absolute control over the body. As for the relationship between the Geass's ability, CC, and the collective will, to use a simple analogy, it was the relationship between the game server, the client, and the administrator's authority. If the collective will was compared to the game server, CC would be the client, and Mao and Leluxia would be the administrator's account in the game server. The collective will gave the corresponding authority based on the account's background information. The ability to use the account's authority was the authority obtained by the account, and the effect was the data interaction under the authority. Phew! After roughly understanding the relationship between the Geass's function and the collective will, Sei Ito let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and put away the silver needles on Mao's head. He quickly walked down the building with Mao in his hand. The moment he walked out of the building, he threw Mao out. After that, Sei Ito quickly left the building and rushed home. What a pity! If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to touch the collective will of this world, I would really like to see what the energy in Mao's head is, thought Sei Ito as he rushed home. Chapter 265. The next day, Ito-sei, who had nothing to do, only went to Kirihara Mining Company to pick up the cherry stones in the morning. After that, he spent the rest of the day at home. Because of her memory loss and a series of language misunderstandings, Valletta, who had developed a special feeling for Ito-sei, was very happy. With a big smile on her face, she happily cleaned the house like a housewife. After dinner, a phone call called Sei Ito out of the house again. "Are all your people here?" Sei Ito asked after he walked out of the house and met Karen, who had already been waiting at the rendezvous point. "They are here, but I was worried that too many people would be too conspicuous, so I didn't let them follow," Karen explained. "Okay, let's go now." Sei Ito nodded. Then Sei Ito, led by Karen, met with another group of Black Knights waiting not far away, got in the truck they drove, and drove quickly in the direction of the laboratory. "By the way, I remember that the handover date with Zero is in 2 days. Why did she call today?" Sei Ito looked at the rapidly retreating image outside the car window and asked Karen in confusion. "Originally, we agreed to pick up the new body on the agreed date, but 2 hours ago, the 4 holy swords of the former Japan Liberation Front came to the headquarters with a letter of introduction from Kyoto and asked us to assist them in rescuing the captured Lieutenant Colonel Ting Tang. So after consulting with Zero, we decided to receive the new body in advance, and then launch a surprise attack to rescue Lieutenant Colonel Ting Tang tomorrow night," Karen explained. "I see." Sei Ito nodded in realization. As for why Sei Ito provided the body to the Black Knights, it was because of the deal with Zero during Narita-jan, one of which was technical support cooperation. So since that day, Lakshata and others began to build other experimental bodies while testing and developing the external equipment of Red Lotus 2. In the beginning, due to the limited conditions of the laboratory, the speed was very slow. However, after Zero and the others met with the representatives of the capital, Lakshata, who had received assistance from a third party, naturally let loose and increased the speed by a lot. This was why they agreed to hand over the mecha for the actual combat test. The rest of the journey was silent, and the transport vehicle soon arrived at the laboratory where Lakshata and the others were. After leaving the Black Knights and the truck outside, he led Karen and Roland into the laboratory. Lakshata, Saito greeted Lakshata, who never left his cigarette after arriving at the lab. You're here. Lakshata, who had one hand in front of his chest and the other waving his pipe, turned around and said to the two who had just entered the laboratory. Then, as he led the two of them to the silver-gray body that was secured by the restraints, he explained, "The body has been calibrated. It's just that we don't have the driver's data, so the OS is a Volkswagen board. There may be some limitations in performance, but compared to the Britannia's Nightmare, the performance is definitely much better. You can rest assured about that. The appearance is very similar to Red Lotus." The few of them walked to the restraint. Saito looked at the silver-gray bodies in front of him and said, "Because it's a Volkswagen model that imitates Red Lotus, the appearance is largely the same," Lakshata explained. "Ask someone to transport it up, and then ask them to bring it over overnight." Saito turned to Lakshata and said, "Okay." Lakshata nodded, then turned to the others and shouted, "Come, deliver the goods." "Got it." Then, a few noisy voices sounded in the room. Then, a few researchers in white coats walked over and pressed on the small keyboard next to the restraint rack. The silver-gray robot that was originally upright and restrained immediately bent its knees. Then, as the restraints shrunk, it curled up inside the restraint. Several researchers used the transport track on the ground to transfer it out. "Then we'll go up first," Saito said to Lakshata. "Wait." Lakshata stopped Saito and said, "This time, I'll go with you and collect the actual combat data of these bodies." "But are you really just going to collect data?" Saito looked at Lakshata meaningfully. "I don't know either," Lakshata said casually. She neither admitted nor denied anything in her words. "Then let's go together." Saito didn't say much about it and nodded. "Indira, bring that thing over, then bring your computer and follow me." Lakshata saw Saito agree and immediately shouted in the room, "Also, Salman Khan, bring the equipment with you." "Got it, big sis." "Yes, big sis." The short-haired woman, Indira, and another blue-haired man who was relatively strong for a researcher responded together. "What is it?" Saito asked curiously. "It's for her to save her life." Lakshata looked at Karen standing aside and said, "Me?" Karen pointed at herself strangely and asked in confusion. "Yes." Lakshata nodded and didn't explain anything. After a while, Indira, with two shoulder bags on her shoulders, carried a thick suitcase to Saito, Lakshata, and Karen. She opened the suitcase on the ground and a red close-fitting driving suit with gray stripes appeared in the suitcase. "This is it." Karen took 2 steps forward, picked up the clothes in the suitcase, and looked at Lakshata in confusion. "Yes, this thing can effectively increase your chances of survival," Lakshata said. "Of?" What could Karen say? Since Lakshata said so, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, this driving suit wasn't ugly, so Karen accepted it easily. She put the clothes back into the suitcase, picked up the suitcase, and left the laboratory with Salman Khan and the other 4. They took the Black Knights' vehicle to the headquarters of the Black Knights. After that, Lakshata, Indira, and Salman Khan stayed at the headquarters of the Black Knights to introduce the body to the 4 holy swords and others and rewrite the OS program according to their operating habit. On the other hand, Ito-sei and Karen, who had nothing to do, left the headquarters and returned home. The night passed peacefully. The next day, because Saito wasn't interested in the rescue activities of the Black Knights and the 4 holy swords, he didn't attend the gathering that day. He just stayed at home and watched TV with Valletta. Today happened to be the day of the painting competition held in the name of the late Third Prince, the former governor of District 11, His Highness Clovis, for a week. In order to show the importance of this competition, the final winning work would be chosen by the current Deputy Governor of District 11, the third Princess of Britannia, Euphemia. Therefore, almost all the TV signals were live reports about this matter. Seito, who didn't have many channels to choose from, resigned himself to watching the boring scene on TV. Just as Seito was about to get a glass of water out of boredom, a smaller screen suddenly popped up on the TV again. In it, 4 silver-gray nightmare that he saw in the laboratory and another nightmare that looked the same as the other 4 except that the exterior was painted black and the head was decorated with red tassels. They were fighting fiercely with Lancelot. It wasn't clear whether the nightmare pilots were experienced in combat or they really made predictions, but all of Lancelot's movements and attack routes were discovered in advance by the 5 nightmare pilots. Every time Lancelot made a move, they would attack it with the most effective attack. Especially the Black Nightmare, it used the Japanese Kendo's triple sword attack to cut open the roof of Lancelot's cockpit, completely exposing the face of the pilot inside and showing it to all the viewers through the TV. The pilot whose face was exposed was Suzaku from the 11th section. That's someone from the 11th section, right? Valletta, who was standing beside Seito, asked curiously when she saw Suzaku on TV. Yeah. Seito nodded. Can someone from the 11th section be a knight? Valletta looked at Seito and asked in confusion. No, it's just that he's a little special. Seito explained. Oh. Valletta didn't seem to understand what he meant, but she didn't ask any further. On the TV, after Lancelot's face was exposed, the 5 nightmare pilots no longer had the ability to predict each other's movements. They could only rely on their rich combat experience to deal with Lancelot. After a while, Lancelot, who had unlocked a certain function, suddenly exploded and knocked their weapons away. In the end, the 5 nightmare pilots, together with Red Lotus 2, released a large amount of smoke and left the battlefield. Just when everyone thought it was over, Euphemia, who was choosing which painting would be the champion, suddenly said loudly in a serious tone, "I can answer the question you asked me just now." Wow! Instantly, there was an uproar on the TV. As for my knight, the person I chose is the one in the TV. Euphemia pointed at the TV in the hall that was showing Suzaku's painting. Keep watching, I'm going back to my room. Seito stood up and said to Valletta before he turned around and walked upstairs. While Seito was upstairs, the news of Euphemia, the 3rd princess of the Britannia Empire, choosing a serial number to be her knight spread rapidly through the TV and the internet. In a very short time, the news had spread throughout the Britannia Empire. Chapter 266. The impact of this action, which almost challenged the existing national policy of Britannia, was imaginable. Just from the second day when Seito arrived at Ashford Academy, he heard the students discussing this matter. Especially at noon, when Euphemia's knighthood was broadcasted live, the discussion reached its peak. All the students gathered in groups of 2s and 3s with people they were familiar with, watching the live broadcast on their laptops, and said with dissatisfaction, "Why did Her Royal Highness choose a number maker to be a knight?" However, no matter how dissatisfied the Britannians were, the will of the 3rd princess of the empire would not change. The knighthood ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner amidst such discussions. In the end, the Blackwood Vermilion Bird knelt before Euphemia on one knee and said, "Yes, Your Highness." It ended completely. Then, Blackwood Suzaku stood up, faced the crowd, and accepted the witness of all the nobles and people in front of the screen. At the same time, the Black Knights also completed their reform at the same time. They completely transformed from a loose resistance organization to a military organization. So it's connected? Seems like you've made your choice, Lakshata. Seito hung up the phone in his ear, looked at the field of Ashford Academy outside the window, and laughed mockingly. In the afternoon, in the large activity room of the Student Union, A grand banquet was being held to celebrate Blackwood Suzaku's success in becoming a knight under Nunnally's planning and Miley's organization. Nina, why didn't you go to the banquet? In one of the rooms in the student union's large activity room, Seito walked in with 2 drinks in his hand. He put one of the drinks next to Nina, who was still studying the physical changes of uranium-235 on the computer, and asked, "Thank you." After Nina saw the drink, she looked up and thanked Seito, but she didn't explain why she didn't go to the banquet. Because of Blackwood Suzaku? Seito sat on the edge of the table in front of Nina and looked sideways at Nina, who was sitting on the chair, and asked. Seeing that Seito had noticed, Nina, who lowered her head slightly, nodded and admitted, "Yes." "Then, can you tell me why you're afraid of the Blackwood vermilion bird? Or rather, why are you afraid of numbered ones?" Seito asked. She asked softly. However, Nina did not answer him. Instead, she lowered her head in horror and tensed up all over. He didn't say anything. "All right, I won't ask any more," Seito quickly said after seeing Nina's reaction. After Nina calmed down a little, he suddenly asked, "Well, Nina, what if I tell you that I'll take you out of here and go to a place where there is no war? In a world without serial numbers, I'll give you a laboratory to do your research in peace. Are you willing to come with me?" Nina raised her head in surprise and looked at Seito in confusion. "Since you..." Just as Seito was about to continue, a strange voice rang out in the room. "Hello." Then, a man in a white one-piece robe walked in. A man with short lavender hair and a green armband on his left arm and round rimless glasses on his eyes walked in through the window. He said to Seito and Nina, "Where's Major Blackwood Vermilion Bird?" He said he's here. Then, the man saw the data on the computer screen in front of Nina. He looked at it with great interest and completely ignored Seito. Then, he said, "He's doing something interesting. Can you understand it?" Nina realized that the man seemed to be able to understand what she was studying. She asked curiously. "Uranium. The mass number is 235. The man walked behind Nina and leaned over to put his left elbow on the back of Nina's chair. He reached out to push up the glasses on his nose and looked at the data on the screen. "Yes, it's like this." Nina, who felt that she had found a confidant, immediately became excited and ignored Seito. Then, she started to explain to the man. "If this uranium-235 absorbs thermal neutrons, it will split into 2 atomic nuclei and photons. But the problem is that uranium-235, which is used as fuel, only contains 0.7% of natural uranium. No matter how much we prepare for the separation device, we can't extract enough. In this case, we can't experiment, so..." As Nina continued to explain, the man's expression changed from being cynical to being serious. He reached out to take off the glasses on his nose and listened carefully. Nina. Seeing that Nina wasn't going to give up until she finished talking about her discovery, Ito-sei on the side hurriedly shouted. Sorry, I don't know how to talk about physics." Nina looked at Seito and the man behind her and said embarrassedly. "Very good." The man straightened up and said in admiration, "Little girl, do you want to come to my research department to help me? I can find a way to provide you with a large amount of uranium raw materials." "Really?" Nina abruptly turned around, looked at the man, and asked. "Really?" The man put his hands in his pockets and smiled. But, I think I'm still a student." Nina lowered her head and said hesitantly. "You don't have to worry about that at all," the man said with a smile. Then, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and asked, "By the way, where is Major Suzaku? Where can I find him?" "He's attending a banquet in the hall." "I'll take you there." Seito stood up from the table and said to the man. "Thank you so much," the man said with a smile. Then, the two walked out of Nina's room and walked to the hall where the banquet was held. On the way to the hall, Seito, who was leading the way, suddenly said, You must be Earl Royd Ashbrud. You know me? Royd looked at Seito in confusion and asked. How could I not know the famous director of the Guide Technology Research Department? Seito stopped and extended his hand to introduce himself to Royd. I'm Seito. From District 11? Royd didn't shake Seito's hand. Instead, he looked at Seito with interest. No, I don't have any nationality. Seito didn't feel awkward when Royd didn't shake his hand. He calmly took back his hand and said. Royd looked at Seito with interest. I wonder if Earl Royd is interested in new technology? Seito asked. What new technology? Royd frowned, but he still had a smile on his face as he asked. A lot. New technology that's different from the current technology system. If Mr. Royd is interested, you can give me a call. Seito didn't explain in detail what technology he had. He just took out a card with a phone number written on it and handed it to Royd with a smile. Looks like you're very confident in your technology. Royd didn't refuse this time. He reached out and took the card from Seito and put it in his pocket. Of course, I'm sure you'll be surprised when the time comes. Seito smiled. Then, he led Royd to the automatic sensor door in the hall and walked in. I'm sorry, there's more work, Heimu, Royd said to Heimu, who was standing in the center of the crowd. Before Heimu could say anything, the student council president, Mireille, walked up to Royd and said in surprise, Mr. Royd, why are you here? I'm here to pick up Major Heimu. I have work to do, Royd explained. Is it an important military task? Heimu asked. Yes, because an important person is coming, so I have to go and greet him. Of course, Her Highness Lancelot and Euphemia will also be coming, Royd said. He didn't care about what was considered a military secret to most people. Wow! Hearing that Royd would be with the princess, the students who were attending the banquet immediately clamored and looked at Heimu with envy. Then, Heimu walked out of the crowd and met up with Royd. The two left the banquet hall together. Although the main character left, the banquet continued unaffected. After Heimu and Vermilion left, Leluxiu and Karen also left the banquet soon after. Shirogane Island, one of the gates to World Sea where the collective will is located. Although I want to go, now is not the time. Seito walked to the window of the hall with a glass of wine, looked at Leluxia's back, and whispered, Leluxia, you have to speed up. The next day, although the Tokyo concession was calm and there were no terrorist attacks, but Seito, who understood the plot, knew that there was a battle going on Shirogane Island near the coast of Japan. However, this had nothing to do with Seito, because there was one more important thing that Seito needed to do, and that was to give Lakshata a warning. So after the banquet was over, Seito drove straight to the laboratory and entered the underground laboratory. Good evening, Big Boss. At this time, a researcher working in the laboratory saw Seito walking in and raised his hand to greet him. Good evening. Seito replied kindly, then looked at the situation of the people in the laboratory and asked, Where are the others? Why do I feel that there are fewer people than usual? It's like this. In the afternoon, Mr. Samarkand came back to pick up a few people, saying that Big Sister needs more people, the researcher explained. I see. Seito nodded thoughtfully and said, By the way, go and call the others, I have something to announce. Yes. The researcher responded and quickly ran to convey the order to the others. At the same time, Seito also walked out of the debugging center and walked to the core central control room of the underground laboratory. Chapter 267. Beep. In the central control room, Seito used his identity card to activate the highest level of authority. Then, he used his authority to back up all the research data since Laxia set up the laboratory on a disk. After storing the backup disk, He once again returned to the debugging center. "Boss, everyone is here." It was the researcher who gave the order earlier. After seeing Seito return, he quickly reported to Seito. "Thank you for your hard work." Seito patted the shoulder of the researcher and smiled. After saying that, without waiting for the other party's reply, his gaze fell on the other researchers in the room. He said, "Due to some reasons, we will be moving to another place. So now you have 1 hour to organize your things and the information in your hands. After an hour, we will gather above and leave here. Any questions?" "Boss, does Big Sister know?" A woman with blonde curly hair among the researchers asked. "She has already been notified." Seito lied through his teeth. "Then there is no problem," the woman said. "Any questions?" Seito glanced at the researchers one by one and asked again. "No." Everyone replied. "Okay, dismissed." Seito waved his hand and ordered. Immediately after, the researchers hurriedly ran back to their respective posts and operated the experimental apparatus in front of them, copying the important data inside. After a while, the researchers who finished organizing the data and cleaning the important documents in the laboratory returned to the ground one after another and began to organize their personal belongings. At this time, Seito began his sweep. According to the nearest order, all the instruments in the laboratory were stored in the Rubik's Cube world. After a while, Seito stood in front of the laboratory door and looked at the empty laboratory, then returned to the ground. Then, he walked straight out of the 5-story building and opened the Rubik's Cube to swallow the 5-story building and the researchers who were organizing inside. Immediately, a 5-story building appeared near the ecological community in the southern plane of the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, Seito used his mind to inform Ito Reina in the Rubik's Cube world to send someone to receive and monitor the area. Sigh. Receiving the message from Seito, Ito Reina sighed helplessly. Then, he picked up the phone in front of him and dialed someone outside the Magic Cube world. After putting away the 5-story building, Seito looked at the hole in the ground. He clasped his hands and pressed them against the ground. Immediately, several blue lightning bolts lit up where Seito's palm was pressing. It quickly rushed to the location of the hole, and under the effect of the flashing electric light, the surrounding soil spread out like a plant, blocking the hole in the ground. Pa, the electric light that had completed its mission jumped twice on the repaired ground. Then, it completely disappeared into the air. Seito got up and looked at the repaired ground. He patted the dust off his hands, nodded with satisfaction, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. "Big boss, we're ready." In the 5-story building, among the researchers who had gathered again, a man who was in charge said to Seito, "Wait a moment." Seito said to the man, then looked at the researchers behind him who were carrying large and small bags in their hands. After pointing at 9 of them, he walked to the side of the room with the man who had previously spoken. "Take a seat first." Seito smiled at the few people who didn't know what was going on. After they sat down, 2 silver-white lights immediately lit up in his eyes, piercing into the eyes of the 10 people in the room. 10 minutes later, the 10 people in front of him blinked their eyes. They recovered. It's just that at this time they felt a little different from when they first entered the room. As for what was different, they couldn't tell. They looked at each other in confusion, then looked at Seito in front of them. "Okay, you can leave now. Also, call 10 more people in." Seito smiled mysteriously and waved his hand to let them leave. The 10 people looked at each other again, nodded and walked out of the room. Researchers are troublesome to hypnotize, especially in this kind of world where the collective will is directly affected. Seito looked at the 10 people who walked out of the room and thought to himself, after more than 20 minutes, the 20 researchers present were all hypnotized. Then, he got up and walked out of the room. Not long after Seito walked out, the person in charge of the reception came to the front of the 5-story building. Sir. The person in charge of the reception saw Seito and hurriedly bowed. Imagem. Seito responded casually. He pointed at the 20 researchers in front of him and said, "Go and register them. After you're done, inform the electrical industry and ask them to come over and wire them." "Yes, sir." The person in charge of the reception responded. After giving the order, Seito didn't stay in the small building anymore. Instead, he went outside the small building and stood in front of an open space about 5 meters away from the small building. He skillfully used alchemy to build a huge laboratory and rearranged the instruments that he put away in Leluxia's world in the room according to their original positions. Then, Seito moved to Ito Reina's room. After accompanying Reina for a while, he left the Rubik's Cube world. One day later, what? In the new headquarters of the Black Knights, inside the submarine provided by India, Lakshata shouted in shock into the phone. "Big sister, the laboratory here has completely disappeared, together with the house." Samantha's anxious voice came from the phone. "I know, come back." After the initial shock, Lakshata said, "Okay, I'll go back now." Samantha hurriedly responded. Cluck. Lakshata turned off the phone, fiercely took 2 puffs of the tobacco pipe, exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, and said to herself, "TSK, I didn't expect that guy to be so ruthless on the surface. I hope Ramanu and the others are fine." "What's wrong?" Zero, who was sitting in the main seat, asked after seeing Lakshata's reaction. "Big Boss is angry." At this time, Lakshata, who had adjusted her state of mind and returned to her relaxed state, bit the tobacco pipe in her mouth, opened her arms and leaned against the back of the sofa, and looked up at the ceiling. "Big Boss?" The others repeated in confusion. "You mean Seito?" Karen, who was the closest to Lakshata and Seito, asked. "That's him." Lakshata said. "What happened?" Zero asked. "Maybe because I promised you to be the head of the technical department and didn't tell him, so he took all my people away. Even the laboratory house was destroyed. This is a bigger loss than a business deal." Lakshata continued to tease in a relaxed tone. "Do you have any specific information about him?" Zero thought for a moment and asked. "I'm not sure. When he found me, it was through the Britannia's military. Although we used our connections to investigate him after the cooperation, all we got was his identity information. We didn't get any other information." Lakshata took back his head, raised his hand to take out the tobacco pipe from his mouth, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Military connections? Why didn't you say that he used the military's connections?" Zero asked in a deep voice. "Because after the cooperation, I didn't see him contact anyone from the military, so I forgot." Lakshata said indifferently. "Could it be that he is a spy?" Shan Yao asked from the side. "How could that be?" Karen said in disbelief. "Dilyahart." Zero said to the middle-aged man with blonde hair in a ponytail sitting diagonally across from Lakshata, "Pay attention to this Seito in the future." "I got it," Dilyahart said. Zero. At this moment, a young man wearing a Black Knight's uniform ran in and shouted loudly. Then he said to Zero in a hurry, "I just received information that Kyushu was occupied by Jun Sawasaki. They announced that they will establish a Japanese government to fight against Britannia." "Kyushu and Japan?" Ito-sei, who had returned home, saw the news and thought to himself, "Are you hungry? If you are, I'll heat up the food for you." Seeing Seito come back, Valletta quickly got up from the sofa and walked to the kitchen. "Yes, I'm a little hungry. Thank you." Seito hung his coat on the hanger at the entrance and turned to Valletta, who walked into the kitchen. Then he walked to the sofa and looked at the TV in deep thought. After Kyushu, Japan, the Special Administrative Region of Japan was established. Because of Euphemia's benevolence, Zero, who was Lelouch, was forced into a desperate situation, and he paid the price with his life. At the same time, Lelouch's geas completely exploded, Then, the Black Knights will launch a general attack. At that time, both Lelouch and CC will enter Shirogane Island. I just don't know if Lelouch, who has just exploded, will have the power to resist the collective will like R2. But no matter if it works or not, I have to give it a try. After all, I've waited for so long. If it doesn't work, I'll have to wait for another year. The food is ready. Just when Sei-Ito was about to make a decision, Valletta came out of the kitchen with food and shouted at Sei-Ito. I'm coming. Ito-sei got up from the sofa and went straight to the dining table to sit down. He took a bowl full of rice from Valletta and started eating. At this time, Valletta also took a bowl of rice for herself and sat down opposite Ito-sei. She also started to eat. Chapter 268. You haven't eaten yet? Sei-Ito looked at Valletta and asked. I wanted to eat with you when you came back, Valletta said shyly. Silly girl, Sei-Ito looked at Valletta and said vaguely. Then he lowered his head and stuffed 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. You can eat when I'm done. You don't have to wait for me. I don't know when I'll be back. Oh, Valletta replied. Also, Ashford Academy's annual celebration is in 2 days. You should come as well, Ito-sei said with his head lowered. Okay, Valletta was stunned when she heard Sei-Ito's invitation. Then she happily agreed. Then the two of them had dinner in this warm atmosphere. 2 days later, under the command of Governor Cornelia, the anti-regime terrorist incident broke out in Kyushu. She arrested Jun Sawasaki and 4 other members of the old Japanese government, and captured more than half of the Chinese Federation Army who participated in the operation. The head of the Chinese Federation claimed that this incident was caused by General Chao of the Liaodong military district. He demanded that the captives be exchanged according to the treaty. Sei-Ito was sitting on the sofa watching the morning news on TV while waiting for Valletta, who was changing in her room. I'm done. Suddenly, Valletta's voice came from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Ito-sei, who was sitting on the sofa, quickly turned around. She was wearing a pair of white high-heel sandals with straps around her ankles and toes. She was wearing a beige long skirt that was short in the front and long in the back, revealing her calves. She was wearing a sky-blue sleeveless, round-necked, sleeveless, open-back, straw hat. Her dark blue hair was casually combed behind her back. Ito-sei could see Valletta's dark blue hair casually scattered behind her back. How is it? I don't look good, right? Valletta came to the living room and asked Sei-Ito nervously. No, on the contrary, you are very beautiful. Sei-Ito smiled at Valletta. Really? Then I'm relieved. Violetta patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Sei-Ito walked over to Valletta and said, Okay. Valletta replied and followed Sei-Ito out of the villa. Sei-Ito then drove Valletta to Ashford Academy. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in the parking lot outside Ashford School and Valletta got out of the car. It's so lively here, Valletta exclaimed as she got out of the car and saw the crowd coming in and out of Ashford University. Go in. The celebration is about to begin. Sei-Ito looked at his watch and turned to Valletta. Then, he led the way into Ashford Academy. Okay, Valletta replied and quickly walked to Sei-Ito's side and walked side by side with him. Just as they stepped into Ashford Academy, the cheerful voice of Millie, the president of the student council, rang out in the air above Ashford Academy. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Now, the Academy Festival of Ashford Academy in the Tokyo concession has begun. The signal to start is this person's voice. Meow. Following which, Nana's extremely adorable meows rang out from the broadcast, instantly pushing the atmosphere of the Academy Festival, which had not been too lively to begin with, to a climax. Sorry for making a fool of myself, Sei-Ito said to Valletta. It's fine. I like this atmosphere. Valletta shook her head and said. Then, the two of them walked down the main road and arrived at Ashford Academy's field. In an instant, clowns dressed like circus clowns, magicians from stories, and other people dressed like Chili 8 monsters, as well as students wearing Ashford uniforms appeared in front of Ito Seiji's eyes. Around them, all kinds of stalls were neatly arranged in 2 straight lines. All kinds of hawking and promotion of works could be heard incessantly. "Is that a reporter?" Valletta asked curiously as she looked around. She pointed at a man and a woman not far away. "Yes." Ito Sei followed Valletta's line of sight and saw a man and a woman holding a microphone and a shoulder-mounted camera appear in front of him. Valletta nodded and confirmed, "Ashford Academy is the oldest, best, and most reputable academy in the Tokyo concession. Most of the students here are descendants of businessmen and nobles who came to Japan to invest. More importantly, there's a princess bodyguard here, so it's normal for a reporter to pay attention to Ashford Academy's Academy Festival." "Then what's that over there?" Valletta pointed at a large pile of boxes on the field and asked. "Oh, that." Seito looked at the boxes and Laval, who was wearing a chef's outfit, and explained, "Ashford Academy's Academy Festival has a tradition. Every year there will be an extravagant event. For example, the big cake from 2 years ago. It looks like these are the things they're going to make this year. I wonder what it will be this year." "Let's go. Let's go to the school building. There might be something you're interested in," Seito said to Valletta. "Okay." Valletta agreed. He left the playground behind Ito Sei, walked into the teaching building, and wandered around the first floor. After a while, they stopped in front of a haunted house and asked Valletta, "Do you want to go in?" Okay. Valletta looked at the haunted house's title and said with fear. Since Valletta agreed, the two paid and walked into the haunted house. Bang! The sound of the door closing suddenly came. Valletta, who was already afraid of the dark, was shocked by the sound. She quickly grabbed Seito's arm and leaned against Seito's back. She looked around carefully. Feeling the softness on his back, Seito led Valletta deeper into the haunted house. At the first 2 corners, nothing scary happened. After getting used to the environment, Valletta started to relax. However, when they turned the 3rd corner, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the blurry corridor and screamed at Valletta and Seito. "Ah!" Valletta was shocked and quickly hid behind Seito. She grabbed his arm and screamed with her eyes closed. The high-pitched sound of the horn startled the student, who was pretending to be a ghost in front of Ito Seiji. After the first scare, the rest were not far away. After they walked through all the haunted houses, Valletta leaned against Seito's back and was brought out by Seito. The moment they walked out of the haunted house, Valletta let out a long sigh of relief. Valletta, who felt that her posture was inappropriate, quickly let go of Seito and backed away with a blush on her face. Then, she followed behind Seito silently and continued to walk around. After playing a few more games, Valletta returned to her normal self. Just as the two of them were about to stop the game and head to the field to buy some snacks to eat, a loud commotion came from outside the window. It gradually became clearer, and finally converged into a name. Her Highness Euphemia. "Is she here?" Seito looked out from the window and thought to himself. "What's wrong?" Valletta asked when she saw Seito's expression. "Nothing. I think Her Highness Euphemia is here. Let's go out and take a look." Seito shook his head and said, "Her Highness Princess?" Valletta's mouth opened slightly and said in surprise, "Yes, let's go and see if it's true," Seito said. Then, the two of them walked out of the entrance, turned 2 corners, and arrived at the large field. Immediately, they saw Euphemia standing on the palm of a construction nightmare, facing the crowd. "Can this be broadcasted to District 11? Euphemia asked the reporter who was fighting to interview her. "Yes." The female reporter who was asked quickly answered. "I have something important to announce." After confirming, Euphemia said to the camera with a serious expression, "I'm Euphemia, the Deputy Governor of District 11 of the Holy Britannia Empire. I have something to announce to everyone today. I, Euphemia, Britannia, announce the establishment of a special administrative zone near Mount Fuji. In this special administrative zone, the residents of District 11 will be able to take back the name Japanese. The restrictions on the residents of District 11 and the privileges given to the residents of District 11 will no longer exist in this special administrative zone. Whether it's the residents of District 11 or Britannia, it's a world of equality. Euphemia then shouted to the camera again, "Did you hear that? 0. I won't reveal your past and your face under the mask, so please participate in this special administrative zone. 0. Join me in creating a new future in Britannia." After Euphemia finished her speech, the honorary Britannia and District 11 residents who came to participate in the Ashford Academy Festival immediately shouted, "Her Highness Euphemia," to express their excitement and support. However, the other Britannia who came to participate in the Ashford Academy Festival looked at the excited honorary Britannia and numbered people with a strange look and whispered to each other. So she really did it. What a reckless and naive princess. Seito stood behind the crowd and looked at Euphemia, who was standing on the nightmare and receiving the enthusiastic cheers of the honorary Britannia and District 11 residents. He sighed in his heart, "Even if I saved you in the end, can you really bear the curse that followed?" Chapter 269. More than a week after the end of the Ashford Academy Festival, Japan entered a rare period of peace. All the manpower and material resources were invested in the construction of the Special Administrative Zone in Japan. So after more than a week, a majestic steel wall was built around Mount Fuji, separating the entire Mount Fuji from Japan. At the same time, more than 200,000 Japanese people from the slums all over the country rushed to the Tokyo concession and applied to join the Special Administrative Zone in Japan. "Is that Seito-san?" On this day, Seito, who was meditating in his room, suddenly received a call from Euphemia herself. She asked for confirmation on the phone. "It's me," Seito replied. "Great, it seems that I didn't dial the wrong number." Euphemia first shouted happily, then said in a serious tone, "Seito-san, I want to invite you to attend the establishment ceremony of the Special Administrative Zone in Japan tomorrow. Can you come? Since your Highness invited me, how can I not go?" Seito first smiled and teased her, then replied, "So I will be there on time tomorrow." "Great." Euphemia first shouted happily, then said apologetically, "Well, I have to call others, so I have to hang up first." "Well, good luck," Seito replied. "Thank you, Seito-san," Euphemia replied. Euphemia replied on the phone. Then, there was a soft click on the phone and the call was hung up. Tomorrow? The sole energy of 200,000 people and the happy life of a girl. How should I choose? Seito closed the phone, leaned back on the sofa, looked up at the chandelier hanging upside down on the ceiling, and pondered. "Well, what's bothering you?" After a few minutes, a woman wearing a light pink dress and a light green short-sleeved pullover with a large collar came out. Valletta, who was wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen with a plate of evenly cut fruit. She looked at Itose, who was frowning and deep in thought, and asked hesitantly, "It's nothing." Hearing this, Itose lowered his head. His gaze followed Valletta's body as she placed the fruit platter on the table in front of the sofa. "Oh." Seeing that Seito doesn't want to talk about it, Valletta didn't ask further. She just picked up a piece of fruit from the small plate and handed it to Seito. "Here you go." "Thank you." Itose took the fruit from Valletta and put it in his mouth to chew. The next morning, Seito got out of bed early. After a simple shower, he took out a suit that he rarely wore from the wardrobe and changed into it. He pushed open the door and walked out. Creak. Shortly after Seito walked out of the room, the door next to him opened. Valletta, who was wearing a white translucent nightgown, walked out of the room. When she saw Seito, she asked in a daze, "Why are you up so early?" "I'm going to attend the ceremony in Japan, so I have to go there early. If I'm late, I won't be able to get in." Seito looked at Valletta's body with admiration. He said with a smile, "Oh, when are you coming back?" Valletta still didn't realize that she was revealing her body. "I'm not sure. It depends." Seito shook his head and said, "I'm leaving now. If you're tired, you can sleep here. Also, don't catch a cold." She pointed at Valletta's chest and walked down the stairs with a smirk on her face. Bang! The heavy sound of the door closing came from the second floor, making Itose, who was walking out of the door, stop. He smiled with some banter, then left the villa without stopping and drove to the Administrative Special Zone of Japan. The Special Administrative Zone in Japan was built around Mount Fuji. In other words, Japan isn't in the Tokyo concession. It's in between Tokyo City and Daihatsu City. Therefore, it takes more than 3 hours to drive from Seito's current location. Of course, that was only the time under normal driving speed. As the driver, Itose naturally couldn't just drive at normal speed, so an hour later, the car drove out of the Tokyo concession and entered the territory of Yamanashi Prefecture. Then, it rushed all the way to the outside of the wall of the Administrative Special Zone under Mount Fuji. Along the wall, it came to the entrance of the Administrative Special Zone. "I'm sorry, sir. You can't pass through here." At the special entrance, a soldier in a Britannia uniform reached out his hand to stop Itose's car and said, "Wait, I'll make a phone call," Seito said understandingly. He then took out his phone and dialed in front of the soldier. Soon, Euphemia's voice came from the phone. "Seito-san. I'm in Japan." Seito looked around and said, "I'm at the North Gate. I'm now stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. Do you want to send someone to pick me up or call the soldiers to let me pass?" "Sorry, I was too excited yesterday and didn't think about it." "Wait, I'll ask Xania to pick you up," Euphemia said embarrassedly. "Okay, I'll wait for her here." Seito agreed and then hung up the phone. Then, he didn't make things difficult for the soldiers. He reversed the car and parked it on the side. After a while, a short-haired woman in a gray and black business suit came out of the north gate. She turned around and looked in the crowd. When she found Ito Heng waiting by the car, she quickly ran over. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Xania." The short-haired woman walked to Seito and apologized. "You're welcome. It didn't take long." Seito waved his hand indifferently. "Please come with me." Xania didn't bother about these etiquette. She nodded, turned sideways and gestured for him to follow her, then led the way. This time, with Xania leading the way, the soldiers guarding the gate didn't make things difficult for Seito, so the two quickly passed through the gate and walked into the area of the Special Administrative Zone. Then the two walked through the corridor without stopping. They came to the rostrum from the side of the temporarily set-up grandstand and entered the inner hall. Immediately, dozens of men and women in Britannia's clothes, who behaved like nobles, and more than a dozen people who didn't wear Japanese clothes appeared in front of Seito. "Thank you very much for coming, Seito-san." Euphemia, who had been waiting in the hall, saw Xania walking in first and quickly ran over to Seito and saluted. "You're too polite, Euphemia," Seito said. "Really, then why does Seito-san still call me Euphemia instead of Yufei like my sister?" Euphemia blinked and looked at Seito slyly. "Okay, Yufei. Then don't call me Seito-san anymore, just call me by my name," Seito said helplessly. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. "Go ahead, you are the protagonist today. Don't waste your energy on me alone," Seito said to Euphemia as he turned his head and looked at the many nobles who were looking at them inquisitively. "Okay, after today's ceremony, let's meet again. I'll introduce my knight to you," Euphemia said with a smile. "Okay." Seito agreed. Then Euphemia turned around and blended back into the crowd of nobles. Seito, why are you here?" Just as Seito was looking at the people in the hall in boredom, a male voice sounded in Seito's ear. "It's you, Suzaku. Seito looked at the person who spoke and said in realization, "I didn't expect to see you here. Why are you here?" Suzaku didn't seem to care about what happened on the day of Shirley's father's funeral and said to Seito enthusiastically, "I received Yufei's invitation, so I came." Seito said casually, "You know Yufei too?" Suzaku asked curiously. "Yes, I know her." Seito nodded in acknowledgement. Then, the two of them stayed together and chatted casually. After a while, it was finally time for the ceremony to begin. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone walked out of the hall and came to the front of the rostrum outside. Then, they were arranged according to their social status and titles. Seito's seat was worth mentioning. Although he wasn't an entrepreneur, a celebrity, or a noble, Seito was lucky enough to sit in the first row with the best of the three. He was able to witness the establishment of the Special Administrative Zone at close range, attracting the attention of the people around him. Even Suzaku was surprised, not understanding Seito's identity. At this time, Euphemia, who was sitting in the front row near the middle, stood up from her 2-meter-high high-back seat. She lifted the edge of her skirt in a ladylike manner and looked at the empty seat next to her with disappointment. She was about to go down and read the order. However, before Euphemia, who had made up her mind, could go forward and read the order, a commotion suddenly sounded in the hall. In the sky above the hall, a nightmare with its arms spread out horizontally and its legs together, with 3 pairs of wing-like thorns on its back, except for the top of its head, shoulders, and all the sides of its body were painted black. It was floating in the air and moving towards the center of the hall. Above the nightmare, Zero, who was wearing her iconic costume, stood upright with one hand on the nightmare's head that looked like a dog's ears. "You're here," Euphemia whispered happily when she saw Zero appear. "I'm here." Seito, like everyone else in the hall, looked up at Zero on the nightmare floating in the air, and thought to himself. Chapter 270. Welcome, Zero. Welcome to the Special Administrative Zone of Japan. While the others were still observing the development of the situation, Euphemia hurriedly ran a few steps forward and said happily to Zero, who was on the black nightmare that was flying above her. "Euphemia Britannia, come down, I have something to say," Zero said to Euphemia condescendingly on the nightmare. "Tell me," Euphemia repeated. "Yes, just the two of us," Zero said. At this time, the nightmare slowly landed in front of Euphemia and half knelt on the ground. Zero jumped down. The nervous bodyguards on the side quickly rushed forward and surrounded Zero, taking out a detector to check Zero. After a while, the bodyguard in charge of the check said, "No weapons, Your Highness." "Then this way please," Euphemia said as she reached out to lead the way. "Your Highness Euphemia, it's dangerous to be alone with this man, at least take me with you." On the side, Suzaku, who was Euphemia's close rider, pleaded. "It's okay, please trust me." Euphemia looked at Suzaku with a smile and comforted her. Then she walked into the back hall with Zero. "I have to make a decision, to choose the soul energy of 200,000 people, or to choose to help a kind girl get rid of the curse and live in peace." Seito looked at Euphemia and Zero's figures and frowned and thought. Of course, if Euphemia had nothing to do with Seito would not hesitate to sit back and watch Euphemia be controlled by Leluxia's Geas, then order the slaughter of the Japanese people and get the soul energy of 200,000 people. But the problem now is that through Cornelia's relationship, Euphemia and Seito have been in contact. Although the two are not very familiar with each other, at least their relationship is passable, and ordinary friends are definitely enough. What's more, there is Cornelia in the middle. Since Sei-Ito came to this world, except for a few small things, the other side has helped him almost unconditionally. Although Sei-Ito was in the name of a transaction at the beginning, Sei-Ito did owe him a favor. For a Chinese soul, Sei-Ito was very concerned about this. Therefore, whether it was because of Cornelia's favor or friendship with Euphemia, it was because of Sophia's friendship. Sei-Ito could not sit back and watch Euphemia's final outcome. This was what he was conflicted about. Sei-Ito let out a self-deprecating sneer a moment later. His expression returned to normal. It was clear that he had made a decision. The moment Sei-Ito made his decision, CC, who was kneeling in front of the Black Nightmare, suddenly trembled and knelt on the ground weakly. An extremely strong wave of energy erupted from her body. Is it starting to explode? Sei-Ito, who was attracted by the shock wave, thought to himself after seeing CC's situation. On the other side, Vermilion Bird, who was about to have a good talk with CC, saw CC's sudden change and quickly ran over. He knelt down on one knee and grabbed CC's shoulders with both hands. Immediately after, the expression of the black-wood Vermilion Bird that had been normal earlier immediately froze. Then, as if it had been drugged, it slowly fell backwards and fainted on the ground. Major Suzaku, Xania, one of Euphemia's bodyguards, exclaimed when she saw Suzaku fall to the ground. He quickly ran over. At the same time, the other two bodyguards surrounded CC and pointed their guns at the back of CC's head. What did you do? However, Code, who was immediately blown away by CC, saw the unwillingness and resentment of countless people who died. Then, he screamed and fainted on the ground. At the same time, Sei-Ito's heart skipped a beat. A strange feeling emerged from Sei-Ito's heart. After carefully sensing for a while, he whispered to himself, "Have I been controlled?" Then, Sei-Ito stood up from his seat under the strange gaze of all the guests and walked to the red carpet in the center of the rostrum. With his back facing the 200,000 Japanese people behind him, he quietly looked at the position of the doorway. Soon, a running figure gradually emerged from the dark passage. It was Euphemia. It's just the soul energy of 200,000 people. This is not the only world at war. There will always be a chance to collect it in the future. Sei-Ito took a deep breath, then quickly rushed to Euphemia's side before all the guests could react. He stretched out one hand and flicked Euphemia's forehead, causing her to faint instantly. At the same time, Sei-Ito stretched out his hands and hugged the fainted Euphemia. All these changes were clearly broadcasted live by the surrounding cameras and presented in the eyes of all the audience watching this historical moment. Wow, seeing this sudden change, the people at the ceremony site immediately went into an uproar. Noisy discussions reverberated in the ceremony site. "What are you doing, Your Excellency Sei-Ito?" Sitting in the front row, one seat away from Euphemia, Andreas Dalton quickly stood up and questioned Sei-Ito. Andreas was a member of Cornelia's Knights of Guards, the most trusted of confidants, so he knew very well what kind of person Sei-Ito was. He just didn't expect Sei-Ito to make a move on Euphemia. "I'm just saving her." Sei-Ito turned his head slightly and glanced at Andreas from the corner of his eye. At this time, Zero finally ran out of the dark passage. When she saw the fainted Euphemia in Sei-Ito's arms, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw Sei-Ito, she was very surprised and didn't say anything. "Zero, you finally met my requirements," Sei-Ito said to Zero, who was standing at the door, surrounded by soldiers while holding Euphemia in his arms. "What do you mean?" Zero didn't understand. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Take that woman and leave here first. I will find you later," Sei-Ito said calmly. "Humph." Zero snorted coldly, but still obediently turned around and prepared to run to the nightmare. But the surrounding soldiers wouldn't let Zero go so easily. They quickly stepped forward and stopped him. This is troublesome. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, if I rashly use alchemy, it will alarm the collective will. It seems that I can only fight with my body. Ito-sei looked around and thought. Your Excellency Sei-Ito, please explain your actions. Andreas stepped forward and questioned. I said, I am saving Euphemia. Sei-Ito said calmly. Then he moved his arm, and the short gun in Euphemia's hand immediately fell into his hand. He then pressed it against Euphemia's neck. Sei-Ito glanced at Andreas and said, Let Zero go. He can't die yet. Andreas looked at Euphemia, who was being held in Sei-Ito's arms and threatened with a gun. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Let Zero go. The surrounding soldiers quickly made a path for Zero to pass through. Zero immediately ran to the nightmare and used the rope ladder to return to the nightmare's cockpit. He then met up with CC inside. Who is that guy? CC asked. This was also the question in Zero's mind. I don't know, Zero replied. Then the nightmare quickly rose into the sky under the combined control of the two. Tell Cornelia that I am taking Euphemia away. If there are any problems, tell her to come to me directly. Sei-Ito saw that Zero had left. He held the gun against Euphemia and walked out while saying to Andreas, As for the Nippon Special District, you can do as you see fit. If you like it, then build it. If you don't, then destroy it. I look forward to your choice, Knight Andreas. Just like that, Sei-Ito calmly left the Special Administrative District under the gaze of the surrounding people and the audience in front of TV and computer screens. Sir Andreas, what about the Special District's Nippon ceremony? An official in charge of etiquette walked up to Andreas and asked in a low voice. The ceremony will be postponed. Everything will be decided by the governor. Andreas immediately said. Then he took his soldiers and quickly rushed back to the governor's mansion in the Tokyo concession. The other guests were led out of the venue by the surrounding staff through a special passage. As for the 200,000 Nippon, the Britannia soldiers didn't care about them. So they just announced that the ceremony would be postponed and the specific date would be notified later. Then they left in an instant. The 200,000 Nippon were in an uproar as they discussed the day's events. However, the views could be generally divided into two factions. One faction believed that Her Highness Euphemia was kidnapped and that the ceremony should be postponed. The other faction believed that Sei-Ito was a Britannia supporter. Otherwise, how could a guy that no one knew sit in the front row? And he knew the Scarface Knight and was called Sir. So it must be that the Britannia royal family didn't agree with Her Highness Euphemia's policy and arranged for such a person to fool everyone. Britannia couldn't be trusted. This kind of talk was quickly spread by the Nippon who left the venue. Then it was spread by the Black Knights Dilyahart who had ulterior motives and Zero's acquiescence. Then it was instigated by a certain hot-headed guy. A large number of Nippon rioted and completely leaned towards the Black Knight. Thank you very much, Sei-Ito. Seeing the results, Zero secretly said in her mind. Then she began to arrange the publicity activities and formulate the battle plan. Chapter 271. On the other side, in Ito-sei's house, Euphemia was lying on the bed as if she was sleeping soundly. Sei-Ito, you should leave now. You have kidnapped the princess. If you don't leave now, the military will be here. Valletta was standing behind Sei-Ito and said to Sei-Ito anxiously. It's fine. Sei-Ito said calmly. But you're holding the princess hostage. Valletta hurriedly reminded him. Don't worry. Ito-sei turned around and walked to Valletta's side. He patted her shoulder and comforted her with a smile. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of brakes sounded from outside the house. followed by a series of bang 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 sounds of car doors closing. Then, a dozen soldiers in red Britannia night uniforms escorted Cornelia out of the car. Cornelia was wearing a dark red dress. Saito hide. Velretta had already walked to the window of the bedroom when she heard the screeching of the brake. When she saw Cornelia and the others, she hurriedly ran over and grabbed Ito-sei's arm. She said anxiously, "I told you, I'm fine. Don't worry." Saito was touched when he saw how worried Valletta was. He patted the back of Valletta's hand and comforted her gently. Bang! A muffled sound of a wooden plank breaking came from downstairs. "Saito, come out!" Cornelia shouted angrily from downstairs. "Looks like we can't hide anymore." Valletta's expression changed as she let go of Saito's arm. It became quiet. "Stay here and look after Euphemia. Call me if she wakes up. I'll go downstairs to deal with the rest." Saito smiled at Valletta and walked out of the room to the living room downstairs. "Saito, you bastard! What did you do to Euphemia?" Cornelia saw Saito. She took out her gun and pointed it at Saito. "Cornelia, if you want Euphemia to return to normal, you better be quiet." Ito-sei frowned as he walked down the stairs. He shouted at Cornelia unhappily. "What do you mean?" When Cornelia heard Saito mention Euphemia, she suppressed her anger and asked in a deep voice. "She's lying on the bed upstairs. She's fine for now, but she might not be fine when she wakes up." Saito ignored Cornelia's gun and walked past her. He went to the sofa in the living room and sat down under the watchful eyes of the four knights who followed Cornelia into the living room. Seeing this, Cornelia put away the book in her hand and sat opposite to Ito-sei. She looked at Ito-sei and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by what you said just now? It's complicated for you, so I can't explain it to you right now. I can only tell you that Euphemia's mental state is unstable right now. It is very likely that she will do something that does not comply with her own will, causing some serious consequences for her, so for her own good, I knocked her out at the ceremony venue and brought her back." Ito-sei explained simply. "You're saying that Zero did something to Sophie?" Cornelia speculated. "Yes." Saito nodded. "Then why did you let Zero go at that time?" Cornelia stood up from the sofa when she heard Saito's confession. She questioned Saito angrily. "Because I need Zero's help. He has to stay alive before I finish my task." Saito looked at Cornelia calmly and said in a flat tone. They looked at each other quietly. After a while, Cornelia sat down on the sofa and asked Ito-sei, "What about Sophie? What about Sophie?" Hearing Ito-sei's words, Cornelia asked, "That's why I asked Elias to inform you to come here." Saito saw that Cornelia had calmed down. He said. But Saito didn't continue. Instead, he looked at the knights behind Cornelia. Cornelia knew that Saito wanted to talk to her alone. She ordered the knights behind her, "You guys go out first." "Yes, my lord." The four knights saluted with their right hand and left the room one after another. Euphemia's problem is simple, but it's also troublesome. After the four knights left, Saito continued to say to Cornelia, "If it's just a normal life, you can take Euphemia away as soon as she wakes up. But from then on, she can't enter Japan again. She can't hear others talking about Japan. She can't hear the word Japan. She can't think about Japan. Otherwise, she might have problems at any time." Cornelia frowned, but she didn't interrupt Saito's statement. She continued to listen quietly. "But if you want Euphemia to return to her normal life, you need to use another method. This method is simple for me, but it's a bit difficult for you." Saito looked at Cornelia, who was staring at him, and said, "That is, I have to take Euphemia away from this world, and then treat her." Cornelia frowned and fell into deep thought. She had some guesses about the world Saito was talking about. Otherwise, where did the people who disappeared in EU and Britannia go? What would they do with those supplies? But knowing was one thing. Hearing Sei-Ito personally confirm it was still very shocking and unbelievable. But this wasn't important now. What was important was her choice. Should she let Euphemia live a limited life, or let her live an unlimited life without any restrictions? Time slowly passed in this oppressive silence. Sei-Ito, Her Highness Euphemia has woken up. At this moment, Valletta, who was supposed to take care of Euphemia, ran out of the room, leaned out from the second floor, and shouted to Sei-Ito downstairs. You said Euphemia has woken up? Cornelia immediately woke up from her deep thought when she heard Euphemia's name. She got up and shouted at Valletta. Yes, yes. Valletta was startled by Cornelia's reaction and stuttered. Bring me up to take a look, Cornelia ordered Valletta. Then, she hurriedly walked up to the second floor. Yes, Your Highness. Valletta, of course, knew who Cornelia was. She quickly responded and brought Cornelia to Euphemia's room. Behind the two of them was Itose, who also walked up. Euphemia. As soon as the door opened, Cornelia, who had just entered the room, called out to Euphemia, who was sitting up on the bed. Sister? Where is this? Euphemia looked at Cornelia in surprise. Then, she looked at the layout of the room and asked curiously, How are you? Cornelia walked to Euphemia's bedside and sat down. She grabbed Euphemia's hand and asked with concern, I'm fine. Euphemia shook her head. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she quickly asked Cornelia, Sister, today's… But before she could finish her sentence, Euphemia immediately screamed in pain. She hugged her head with both hands, and her face was full of pain. Her body bent forward. I don't want to do this, I don't want to, Euphemia said in a struggling tone. Euphemia! Euphemia! Cornelia looked at Euphemia's painful expression and quickly shouted, Japanese, kill all the Japanese! At this time, Euphemia, who failed to resist, suddenly raised her head and looked at Cornelia with a pair of red eyes. Euphemia? Cornelia exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at Euphemia in shock. At this time, Sei-Ito, who was standing on the side, quickly came to Euphemia's bedside and slashed her neck with his hand, knocking her out again. After knocking out Euphemia, Sei-Ito turned around and said to Cornelia, who was sitting on the bed, Did you see that? 0. Looking at Euphemia's appearance, Cornelia clenched her white-gloved hands and roared with a ferocious expression. Your Highness Cornelia! Suddenly, Guilford, who was Cornelia's close rider, shouted from outside the door. Speak. Cornelia said coldly. Reporting to Your Highness, I just received information that the Black Knights have launched an attack on Japan. Guilford said quickly with a serious expression. What about Elias? Cornelia stood up from the bed and looked at Guilford and asked. He has already led his men to support him. Guilford said. Good. Pass down my order. Gather all the troops. I want to eliminate the Black Knights. Cornelia said with a ferocious expression. Yes, Your Highness. Guilford replied sternly, then turned around and quickly left the room. Sei-Ito, I'll leave Euphemia to you for the time being. Cornelia said to Sei-Ito with a sincere expression. If you still can't make a choice, then you should take Euphemia with you, because I will also be leaving here in a while. Sei-Ito said. Okay. Cornelia frowned and looked at Sei-Ito. She could roughly guess what he was going to do, so she nodded after a moment of silence. Cornelia walked to the bed, bent over, and carried the unconscious Euphemia out of the room. Then, with a slight hum of the car engine, he left Ito-Sei's house and sped away. Phew, that scared me to death. After Cornelia and the others left, Valletta let out a long sigh and patted her chest with lingering fear. Sei-Ito looked at Valletta and smiled silently. He then said to Valletta, The law and order will be chaotic for the next 2 days. Be careful when you're at home. Are you leaving too? Valletta asked. Yes. Sei-Ito nodded. Then you should be careful too. Valletta said softly. I know. Ito smiled and nodded. I'm leaving too. Be careful. Then, under Valletta's gaze, he drove the limousine back to the Nippon Highway. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.